such as firing missiles in the Taiwan Strait or around Taiwan, operations that break historical norms, such as large-scale air entry into Taiwan's Air Defense Identification Zone, ADIZ, I think you all know that acronym, air or naval activities that cross the median line, and military exercises that could be highly publicized. This could also include actions in the diplomatic and economic space, such as further spurious legal claims by Beijing's public assertions last month, like Beijing's public assertions last month that the Taiwan Strait is not an international waterway. Some of these actions would continue concerning trend lines that we've seen in recent years, but some could be of a different scope and scale. The last time Beijing fired missiles into the Taiwan Strait was 1995 and 1996, after Beijing reacted provocatively to Taiwan's president's visit to deliver an address at his alma mater. I want to contrast this now between the United States and China. We, and countries around the world, believe escalation serves no one. Beijing's actions could have unintended consequences that only serve to increase tensions. Meanwhile, our actions are not threatening, and they break no new ground. Nothing about this potential visit, which, oh, by the way, has precedent, would change the status quo. And the world should reject any PRC effort to use it to do so. We will not take the bait or engage in saber rattling. At the same time, we will not be intimidated. We will keep operating in the seas and the skies of the Western Pacific as we have for decades. We will continue to support cross-strait peace, stability, support Taiwan, of course, defend a free and open Indo-Pacific, and we're still going to seek to maintain lines of communication with Beijing. All of that is important, and all of it is preserving. We expect to see Beijing continue to use inflammatory rhetoric and disinformation in the coming days. The United States, by contrast, will act with transparency. We'll stand up here, we'll answer your questions, we'll give you the facts. We are also committed to keeping open lines of communication with Beijing, as I said. This is what the world expects of not just the United States, but of China. And we encourage Beijing to keep that commitment as well. With that, go to some questions.
Thanks, John. So, given all the saber rattling that's being done by China and the fact that Speaker Pelosi is still considering a trip, the fact that you're laying out all the possible reactions that China could have, should we take this as a sort of test of China's willingness to make good on some of its designs on Taiwan, or a test of whether they've learned some of the lessons that Russia learned by invading Ukraine?
The short answer to your question, and then I promise I won't just leave it with a short answer, is that's a better question for President Xi and what's in his mind over this. I think we've laid out very clearly that if she goes, it's not without precedent. It's not new. It doesn't change anything. I mean, what we would hope they infer from everything we've done and everything we've said, including during the president's phone call, is that we're being consistent. There's no change. We've not ramped up the rhetoric. We've not changed our behavior. Everything we've done is consistent with our obligations and our commitments.
But if the policy hasn't changed, then why was the speaker being urged not to go?
I don't know that she was urged not to go. Who urged her not to go?
The president said on August 20th that the military doesn't think it's a good idea for her to go.
The speaker makes her own decisions. And what we did was provide her context, analysis, facts, information, so that she could make the best decision possible for every stop, for every overseas travel. And again, I'm not going to get ahead of her or her staff here with respect to the rest of this trip.
Does the U.S. military still think it's not a good idea?
I would refer you to the military. Again, we as a national security team, not just DOD, we are obligated, and we take that obligation seriously, to make sure she has all the context she needs before she travels overseas, and we did that. And oh, by the way, we'll continue to do that throughout the remainder of her trip for anything else that she needs to make sure she has a successful visit.
Russia follow-up?
John, thank you. You've been emphasizing
emphasizing the separation of powers and the separation of the legislative branch from the executive. Does the White House feel confident that President Xi understands that separation?
As I said in my opening statement, we've had, diplomatic and bilateral relations with the PRC for decades. They understand well. I can't speak for President Xi, I wouldn't do that, but our assumption is they understand very well how our Constitution is organized and that there are 3 equal branches of government.
I don't think I'm hearing you say yes to that question. Am I?
I said it in my opening statement that the PRC understands well the separation of powers.
If you are confident about that, was this an issue that President Biden raised directly with President Xi during their phone call? We didn't get a very detailed readout of the detailed discussions they had during that phone call last week.
The president, in his conversation with President Xi, made clear that Congress is an independent branch of government and that Speaker Pelosi makes her own decisions, as other members of Congress do, about their overseas travel. That was made clear.
Can I just do one more follow-up? If the policy is that the president wouldn't encourage or discourage a lawmaker from traveling to a specific place because of the separation, if a senior lawmaker were to plan a trip right now to, say, North Korea or Moscow, would we not hear the president weigh in those instances?
I think you would see the president be consistent. We provide members of Congress facts, analysis, context. They make their own decisions about where and when they're going to travel. We do the best we can to provide advice and counsel and context and information, and that will continue. There's nothing inconsistent about that at all. I just realized I have my badge on. I got to take this off.
Has anyone in the administration or in this White House explicitly spoken with the speaker and said you should not go on the trip? I know the president has not done that, but has there been any communication from senior national security officials inside this White House?
There have been direct conversations with the speaker and her staff before she left at various levels in the national security establishment. The president did not speak directly with the speaker about this trip. I am not going to divulge the contents of those conversations that we have, with her, particularly with the speaker. I will just go back to what I said before, Tyler. Fulsome discussions, context, analysis, facts, information about her overseas travel, which is completely consistent with the way we do it in the past.
It seems like this trip obviously is sparking a little bit more anxiety inside this building and throughout the administration. And I understand that you said the president respects the independence, but given the national security risks at play and China's escalating rhetoric, was there not a discussion inside this administration about whether or not you should take a more urgent sense, as MJ just alluded to, if there were other countries at play here, we might see a different response, given what China has said it might do in response to a trip that puts all Americans at risk in their national security. Did the president feel that maybe this is a different case, that he should be more involved or his team should be more involved than he might take?
Again, I'm not going to get into the details of the conversation. They were comprehensive discussions about what she wanted to achieve on this trip, where she wanted to go, and we provided her the same set of context and information that we have in the past with respect to her overseas travel. I'm not going to get into the details of that.
Phil in the back.
Thank you. I guess I'm wondering, why did the president bother with this drama from the beginning? Why not, rather than saying the military doesn't think it's a good idea to go, why not call the Chinese bluff or tell them to pound sand when they started bellyaching about the possibility of this trip? Given, as you pointed out, there's no change in policy and there's precedent for Pelosi to visit Taiwan.
So what's the drama?
Have you watched the briefings the last couple of weeks? There's been this question of
I've been here the last couple of weeks. I haven't seen any drama. I think you're manufacturing it with your question. Look, we have been nothing but clear with the Chinese about where we stand on the issues and the one China policy and our support for a free and open Indo-Pacific. Look, I want to go back to what I said at the beginning, and I hope you took note. nothing has changed. There's no drama to talk to. It is not without precedent for a Speaker of the House to go to Taiwan if she goes, and I'm not confirming that she is. And it's certainly not without precedent for members of Congress to travel to Taiwan. It has been done this year, and I'm certain that it will be done in the future. We have no interest, as I said in my opening statement, increasing tensions here. We have no interest in changing any of the approach that we take as a government, or in keeping with our allies and partners to wanting to see cross-strait tensions be resolved peacefully without a unilateral change. So I don't know about the drama that you're claiming exists. It's quite the contrary here. And the point that we have made, I made it again today, and President Biden made it with President Xi, is everything here is consistent. There's no reason to use a potential visit to justify or to spark some sort of crisis or conflict. We certainly have no interest in that, and there's no justification to use a potential visit as a pretext to conduct what could be escalatory measures, such as the ones I detailed in the opening statement.
Hi, John. You keep saying that the Speaker has the right to make her own decision, and another Speaker visited before, which I believe you talked about Gingrich when he visited in 1997. But it's different timing, there is more tension, and the Speaker represents the President's party. So while she has the right to make her own decision, why can we say that the White House disagree with her decision, because that will cause more tension? Can you just say categorically now that she basically, that the White House disagree with her visit?
I'm sorry, but you're asking me why I can't just say we disagree with the visit?
Correct, because for all the conversation we're just having now, it would cause more tension.
All right, so two things. One, there's been no discussion by the Speaker about what's next on her trip. So you're asking me a question as if she's already somehow confirmed that she's going to Taiwan. I haven't seen any such confirmation. And again, I would point you to the Speaker and her staff to talk about her itinerary. And number two, again, our responsibility is to make sure that she and her team have all the information they need. And we keep that line of communication throughout a trip, as we should. Of course, it's a requirement. But the Speaker and her staff, who advises her, they make the decision. So you guys seem to be, or your question seems to presume that we should have, stamped the trip with some sort of approval or disapproval. That's not the way this works. Congress is an independent branch of government.
Can you confirm if she's traveling on commercial flights, or is she going officially on a government plane? Because that will be interpreted by the Chinese differently, regardless of what we say.
It is commonplace for the Speaker to travel aboard a U.S. military transport aircraft. That's very typical.
Has the administration been in touch with the Chinese government since the president's last conversation with President Xi?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Has the administration, people in the administration, been in touch with the Chinese government since the president's conversation?
I'm not aware of any specific communications after that call.
And what planning is being done in advance to ensure that there won't be any dangerous fallout if she does indeed go to Taiwan?
Well, without getting to details, I think you can understand that part of our responsibilities is to make sure that she can travel safely and securely, and I can assure you that she will.
Admiral, what about Russia? What about Russia banning a Jewish agency?
Please let Karine call.
In terms of the Speaker's agenda and her motivation for going, which does seem to be different than the President's set of issues, since he has said publicly the military doesn't think it's a good idea. He has not come out and given a fulsome support for this trip if it happens. What is your sense about her advocacy for democracy, for self-rule in Taipei if she were to go there, and the impact of that if she were to make that kind of a statement? Long-held views on the part of the Speaker and how that might have an impact.
Well, the Speaker can speak for herself, and whatever she wants to say on this trip is really her prerogative. That's why it was so important for me in my opening comments, Kelly, to make clear what this administration's policy is with respect to the One China principle, One China policy, as well as not wanting to see cross-strait tensions resolved by any other than peaceful means, and the fact that we don't support Taiwan independence. It was important for me to lay that down right at the outset. That's our policy. That's this administration's approach. I can't speak for what Speaker Pelosi may do or say on this trip.
One question here, if I may follow up, Jim. Because of the closeness between the Speaker and the President, it does raise the question about, is she sort of pressing a foreign policy that may, in fact, put the President in a bad position? Is that the sense of this White House?
The President is comfortable with the position that this administration continues to take, which has long-standing historic precedents, and I went through it all at the opening statement. The President's very comfortable with our policy with respect to China and to Taiwan, and he had an opportunity last week to reaffirm those policies and his views in his direct discussion with President Xi.
Okay, just a few more. Go ahead, Jeff, and then Joey.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
John, you mentioned the potential of missile launches by China. Are the people of Taiwan at risk if Speaker Pelosi makes this visit, and is she at risk if she makes this visit?
Well, we certainly don't think there's any reason for anybody to be at risk here with a potential visit. Again, hasn't been announced, and I won't speak for Speaker Pelosi, but there's certainly no reason for this to come to blows. There's certainly no reason for this to escalate. And as for the potential risks, I think that is a better question put to the PRC and to the PLA Army and Navy and the Air Force. We're going to watch this very, very closely. We're going to make sure that she has a safe and secure visit, because that's our responsibility. And we urge, as I said at the outset, we urge China to, if she goes, to see this for exactly what it is. Nothing new. No change to our policy, and certainly not an unprecedented visit by the Speaker of the House.
You also said the U.S. will not be intimidated. Do you feel that using language like that right now will be viewed by China in a way that you are also raising rhetoric the way they have?
You said it right at the top, like that they have. They have been out there in recent days with some irresponsible rhetoric. We feel it's important for everybody in the region to understand how seriously we take our security commitments in the Indo-Pacific, and that's why we put it that way. There's no reason, Jeff, for this to honestly, there's just no reason for this to escalate. In fact, there's every reason, given our national security interests, as well as the interests of our allies and partners that are at stake in the Indo-Pacific on any given day. There's every reason for this to not escalate, and for the lines of communication to remain open between Washington and Beijing, and that's what we'd like to see happen.
One on Iran. Yeah, thanks, John. Does the White House currently know whether Speaker Pelosi is planning to go to Taiwan? I realize she's not announced anything publicly. You've also said White House officials have been talking to the Speaker's staff. So does the White House currently have knowledge whether she is planning to go to Taiwan?
I am not going to talk about the Speaker's itinerary. I'm just not going to do that. And Jeff, I want to go back to one other thing, if I may, because it was in my mind and I flew out of my mind as I was answering your question. Is when you talk about or you threaten these kinds of potential operations, military operations and exercises and missile launches that I talked about. I mean, what that does is it does increase the risk of miscalculation, as I said, and which could lead to unintended consequences. And that's really the risk. You asked specifically, are they at risk? That's where the risk comes in. It's not so much that there might be a direct attack, but it raises the stakes of miscalculation and confusion, which could also lead to unintended consequences.
Okay, Darlene, and then I'm going to take some in the back.
Just want to say thank you again to everyone who's been listening in here with us on Live Now from Fox. John Kirby going to answer a few more questions, but some of you going out to a brief 2-minute break.
It's difficult to know specifically, and you're kind of asking me to get inside their brains, and I don't know that I'm comfortable doing that. I think, again, that's a question better put to President Xi and the PRC and their military leaders. There has been, you've heard Chairman Milley talk about this even before we were talking about a potential visit by the Speaker, of increasing aggressiveness by PLA military forces in the region alone. Violations in air and sea space across the strait, more aggressive and proximate military exercises, and of course in their rhetoric. I mean, this has been going on now for months, and if you really want to, you can go back years in terms of Chinese coercion and intimidation tactics, even just in the military environment in the South China Sea, East China Sea. So, been building. I can't account for why they have answered just the possibility of this visit in the manner in which they've done. I can only account for President Biden and for this administration and for how we are trying to manage tensions and, quite frankly, manage this one of the most consequential bilateral relationships in the world. And that is by making it clear what we're seeing, sharing it with you, making it clear that there's no reason, for whatever the reason is, there's no reason that it should spark some kind of conflict, or that it should precipitate increased tensions, or serve as some sort of pretext for some sort of what they would consider a reaction. If the Speaker goes completely consistent with what's been done in the past, and certainly not at all a statement about any change to American policy with respect to one China and to cross-strait tensions, and quite frankly to our obligations under the law to continue to support Taiwan's self-defense.
Okay, and if she does go to Taiwan, how will the White House find out about it? Will she call someone in the NatSec team? Will you see it on television? How will you know?
Well, look, the Speaker's flying aboard a military aircraft, so we'll know.
All right, we're just going to do two in the back, and then we got to wrap it up. Go ahead, SB. All the way in the back. Yep.
Admiral, you talk about the separation of the Congress and the White House and the executive branch, but when she takes a military aircraft, how then do you, which is under the control of the president, how do you make the case that, well, we had nothing to do with this at all?
I didn't say we had nothing to do with this at all. No, we've never said that at all. From the time she informed us that she was going to go overseas, we put the gears in motion like we always do, and that is to provide military transportation. Nothing new about that. Provide her team with information, context. You've heard me, you've heard Karine talk about that. Nothing new about that. I mean, it's not that we're not involved, but we don't make the decision for the Speaker. She makes her own decisions. We give her advice and counsel and context. She makes her own decisions, and the President, having long served in the Senate himself, he understands and respects the institutional prerogatives of members of Congress.
All right, last question. All the way in the back. With the glasses.
Thanks, Karine. Thanks, Karine. I have a quick question about the Iranian-American dissident journalist Marcy Alinejad. During an interview on CNN this morning, she called on the Biden administration to expel Iranian diplomats, contending the regime has now twice challenged the U.S. government on U.S. soil, alluding to the kidnap plot last year and then the arrest last week of a man near her home with a loaded rifle. Is that something that the White House is even considering, or if there are other diplomatic levers the president is prepared to pull?
There's somewhat of a limit to what we can say on that, so let me just lay it out for you. The United States condemns the apparent attempt to harm leading Iranian activist and U.S. citizen Marcy Alinejad at her home in New York last week. We commend law enforcement's swift and effective response to this apparent threat to her. This is an open criminal investigation, and so I'm going to refer you to law enforcement for any further comment. While we wait to see the results of that investigation, we do want to reaffirm that it is a first priority for the Biden administration to counter the threat posed by Iran, including against dissidents that are living in the United States and current and former U.S. government officials. Okay, thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, thanks, John. All right, just have one thing at the top, gas prices. Just to provide you all an update on where we are currently with gas prices. We have now been falling for almost 7 straight weeks. As of this morning, gas prices have dropped 81 cents per gallon since their peak in June, as you'll see from the chart to my left here. That means American families who with 2 cars are saving $80 a month. Drivers can now find gas for $3.99 or less at around half of all gas stations across the country, and average gasoline prices have come below $3.99 in 19 states. Putin's war is still putting pressure on global oil supply, but President Biden is taking historic action to mitigate its impacts on American families. He is releasing 1 million barrels of oil a day from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which is a historic action that he's taken. He rallied global partners to release millions of barrels of oil, and under President Biden, U.S. oil production is up and on track to reach a record high. The Treasury Department estimates that the historic release of oil by President Biden and international partners has reduced gas prices by up to about 40 cents per gallon, as we have shared with you all last week. More work remains, but the fact is that we are currently experiencing the fastest decline in gas prices in over a decade. And with that, Darlene.
Thanks, Corinne. A couple of questions about the president and his latest bout with COVID. The first time he tested positive, the White House had identified 17 contacts. Can you update us on those? And then were there any additional contacts from him testing positive again over the weekend that we should be aware of?
So those 17 are continue to test negative. So that's the update on the first positive test that the president had that we shared with all of you. With this positive test that we saw and shared with all of you again on Saturday, there's been 6 close contacts, and those 6 individuals continue to test negative.
Has he resumed the blood thinning medication that he had stopped when he was on Paxlovid?
He has resumed all the medication that he was on, before.
And then one final question quickly. There was video of him yesterday FaceTiming with the folks, the veterans camping out on Capitol Hill. We haven't seen anything from him today. Can you give us a sense of how he's doing with having to go back into isolation? I mean, is he frustrated? And how is he dealing with being away from the First Lady for as long as he's been?
Well, the day's still young. You never know. Look, the president. I'm just making a joke. Clearly, it was not funny. I will try harder next time to be more funny. Look, he is continuing to work from the residence. And I just want to share, as we all know, the president is fully vaccinated. He's double boosted. He was on treatment for Paxlovid. And because of that treatment, he had very mild symptoms. And we had said with Paxlovid, there would be a small percentage of folks do have a relapse. This is what we saw. But he's doing well. You saw him, as you said, Darlene, and he said he's fine. He sounded great, and he's looking, as we know, he's someone who likes to be out there with the American people. He's looking forward to being out there again, and but he's going to continue. It doesn't stop him from doing his job and doing the work of the American people. So he is in the White House residence, and he's going to continue to do that as he isolates for a couple more days.
Thanks. A couple of clarification points on that. Dr. O'Connor said today that the president's feeling fine, but he didn't mention symptoms. Can you clarify on whether he's even experiencing any minor symptoms, congestion? Where are we on that? that?
So he is not experiencing, we haven't seen any reoccurring symptoms. That was in Dr. O'Connor's letter on Saturday, so that continues to be true. I spoke to Dr. O'Connor not too long before coming out to talk to all of you. As you know, some of you have had COVID, some of you have loved ones and close friends who have had COVID. Those symptoms that you have don't go away right away. They kind of linger. Those minimal symptoms kind of linger for some time, so you could expect that. And so with that, but there's no reoccurring symptoms. He's feeling fine.
The CDC guidelines on the so-called Paxlovid rebound are a little unclear. Can you clarify on what the expectation is of how long the president will continue to isolate? Is it 5 days after the rebound positive? Are we looking at another sort of clear set the clock and 10 days out from the rebound positive? What's the guidance on that?
So he's going to abide by CDC recommendations, so it would be 5 days as far as the isolation.
From Thursday, from the rebound.
The rebound, right, on Saturday, yes. Okay. You're about to get, yeah. Going back and forth there.
And then, were you able to get a sense of the president's reaction to Senator Manchin yesterday repeatedly refusing to get behind an endorsement for a re-election? And does the president, if he did get a reaction to that, feel like members of his own party are undermining him on that front?
I saw those interviews. I wouldn't say he was undermined. From what it looked like to me, Senator Manchin is very much focused. He went on the shows to focus on the Inflation Reduction Act. He was zeroed in on that and laid out why this is going to be a benefit for middle-class families and why it's going to lower costs and why it is an investment, a historic investment that we have not seen in a long time, whether it's climate change or just in general as we try to reduce inflation and fight that back and figure out how do we continue to lower the deficit.
And so repeatedly asked whether he would support President Biden in a 2024 re-election, and he repeatedly refused to go there.
So here's what I'll say about this. And we from the podium, I really cannot dive into any election, but I've been really clear, and the president's been asked this question many times, and he intends to run in 2024. He plans to run in 2024. That is way off. Like we are a long ways away from 2024. And here's the thing: our biggest thing right now is to not be distracted. You saw CHIPS pass last week, which is going to be a huge investment in manufacturing and really strengthening the supply chain. We were just talking about national security, so we'll strengthen our national security. Huge deal. And now we still have a few things ahead of us that's going to be really important to get that done for the American people. So we're going to stay focused, and so we're not going to be distracted, and that's how we see things at this time. Gotcha.
Thanks, Karine. A follow-up on the COVID topic. Is it possible that the president, in his understandable desire to show that he was able to work through his first bout of COVID, pushed himself too hard, and that is partially what led to this coming again? I mean, any body, be it 79 or 46, has to rest when you get this.
No. Just to answer that very. So look, we were transparent that we were aware that when it comes to Paxlovid, that there's a small chance, right? There's a small chance of relapse. It is not uncommon. It does happen. And here's the thing, the president, according to his doctor, had very mild symptoms. And so we don't think that he overexerted himself or was the wrong decision. It was because of how he was doing at the time. And so again, we were transparent about what we thought could potentially happen. And we also were transparent that if he were to test positive again, have that relapse, he would share it, which we did. And now he's feeling fine. He's doing well. He's doing the business of the American people in the White House residence, and he's looking forward to be out here again.
And on one other topic, what's the next step?
All right, so a lot of questions surrounding the positive COVID test that Biden just had, and now he is back in isolation, plus a number of other topics, including our economy, inflation. Much more to come here in this White House press briefing after some of you go out to a 2-minute break.
congressional members. I will say, and I've said this before, our White House staff, White House officials here continue to be in touch with folks in the House and offering any technical assistance, offering any guidance that folks might need there. So we'll continue to do that. And, you know, I'll leave it to Senator Manchin, who spoke to that and was asked many questions about Senator Sinema. So I'll leave it to him in that conversation as the negotiations are occurring.
I wanted to ask about New York City declaring a public health emergency as it relates to monkeypox over the weekend. Does the administration generally support local municipalities taking this kind of action as they see fit, that these are their own decisions to make?
We see that as their own decisions to make. Clearly, it's a local jurisdiction. It's for them to figure out what's going on in their own community. They know best of what's happening on the ground, so we leave that to them. I do want to add, so because we do have some news on the vaccinations that I've mentioned, the JNO's vaccination that was announced last week on Thursday. 737,000 vaccines are out. As I'm speaking in front of you right now, they're being shipped to areas that really need them. And so if you think about the 737,000 and the 300,000 plus that we have put out, that puts 1.1 million doses that's out in the United States. And so that matters. It's very important as we're trying to really have a aggressive approach to dealing with monkeypox. On testing, and I don't know if folks had this, but we are doing testing about 80,000 tests per week, and that's another important, significant way of making sure that people are getting tested so they know if they have monkeypox or not. And lastly, and I've talked about this from here already, which is the education, which is the outreach, educating public health officials and activists out there, making sure that they know exactly what to look for and what the treatment is, and so that as well continues.
Do you have any insight on the president's own thinking right now on the possibility of declaring a national public emergency on this? I know he'll obviously be advised by folks around him, including Secretary Becerra, but what does he think?
So when it comes to a public health emergency, that is a decision that is made by Secretary Becerra. That is not made by the president. But as you know, we are considering every policy option to help end this outbreak. That is urgent and that is important to us. But again, that is up to Secretary Becerra to make that decision.
Any general timeline?
I would refer you to HHS on a specific timeline. Go ahead, Franco. I didn't call you before.
Thanks so much. I'm just curious if there's any concern about the president's rebound case, concern that could set back any efforts to get people to take or for Paxlovid to be prescribed for severe cases.
So absolutely not. The way we see it is Paxlovid has over 90% chance of preventing severe illness if it's taken early. And, you know, as we saw, the president had very mild symptoms because of Paxlovid, because he was fully vaccinated, because he was double boosted. And so we anticipated that. We had said there would be a minimal chance of him having a relapse. And so, you know, again, you know, the relapse truly is small, and the protection of Paxlovid easily outweighs that as we see it. And so, again, you know, we encourage Americans out there who haven't fully gotten vaccinated to do that, who haven't been boosted, to go ahead and get their booster. The treatment that the president received is the same treatment that others could receive as well, and that is because of the work that this administration, that this president has done from day one walking into the White House.
What about Russia banning that Jewish agency?
Also, if I could ask, I know you're a little tired of asking about answering questions about 2024.
Oh, I'm never tired.
And President Biden running, whether he will run. I was just, you know, with former President Trump talking about submitting his paperwork potentially before the midterms, when will President Biden file his paperwork? And wouldn't that help kind of nip some of these questions in the bud?
I mean, mean, the president has said that he intends to run. He's said that multiple times. So there's that. I'll put that out there. But again, we have some work to do in the next couple of days and weeks that we're going to focus on. We're not going to be distracted by what's happening with the former president. That is not our focus. Our focus right now is, as we're talking about the Inflation Reduction Act, which is historic, as I just laid out, which is incredibly important as we talk about lowering cost prescription drugs for our seniors, as we're talking about getting some of that energy, lowering costs on energy for families who are sitting around their kitchen table trying to figure out how are they going to pay for whatever item that is incredibly important to them. So this is what this is going to do, and so we're going to continue to talk about that. We see the Inflation Reduction Act as a down payment, as a promise that the president has made, and so we're going to continue to make sure we get that over the finish line.
Just a question about the president's COVID case and guidelines. You outlined that he'll be in isolation for 5 days. How does that relate to potential travel? I know that even if you test negative, there are CDC guidelines that discourage you from traveling for a certain period of time. Does that clock start back at zero with the rebound?
So the travel is a little bit different because there are no CDC recommendations on regarding travel for a rebound. So that does not exist in this for rebound cases. So as far as travel, I just don't have anything to share for you right now. But right now, CDC doesn't have any recommendations for a rebound on cases.
So is the White House operating under the assumption that when and if the president tests negative, then he will both be cleared to return to work in the Oval Office and travel wherever?
So we're going to do I just mentioned the isolation, 5 days. He's going to be testing regularly. One of the reasons that we were able to share with you that he tested positive is because we upped his testing cadence because of his unique role, right? As president, we wanted to make sure that we were keeping an eye on that, and so that's why we were able to share that testing, him testing positive on Saturday. So we'll continue to do that. But as far as travel, there's just no CDC recommendation. Once we have more, we will let you know.
Right, but so I'm just wondering, is the White House plan that as soon as he tests negative, he can return to all activities? There's no
that is our hope. That is our expectation. But we are going to follow, as I just mentioned, CDC guidance as it relates to isolation.
And just one last one on the president's schedule. Last week, before he tested negative, you guys gave us a more fulsome readout of what he was doing, what meetings he had. We've received nothing today. Can you give us some sort of, is he on the phone with lawmakers, with his economic team, his COVID team? What is the president doing?
Again, the day is young. But so we, I know on Friday we provided his meetings, which included dealing with the awful flooding in Kentucky and helping provide federal resources, working with Governor Beshear and Senator McConnell, speaking with members of Congress and meeting with his senior staff. He will be doing a lot of that work virtually, as we have done in the past. And so, I mean, the work doesn't stop. He'll just continue to do that.
Details on what he's done today?
Well, he'll be meeting with senior staff.
All right, so you're hearing just a little bit more here during this White House press briefing. She did mention the Kentucky flooding, and do want to let our viewers know we did get an update from the governor just a little bit ago saying more tough news. We have confirmed more fatalities from the eastern Kentucky floods. Our loss now stands at 35. Pray for these families and for those who are missing. We do know more rain is expected. Another dangerous weather day for eastern Kentucky. They do say that they are expecting more rain in the region, isolated flash flooding and damaging winds also possible. The governor is saying they urge everyone in these hard-hit areas to seek shelter and get to higher ground. We're going to be stepping away for a 2-minute break. Right back in the White House press briefing when we return.
benefits that Americans would receive when it comes to prescription drugs, when it comes to lowering energy costs like utility bills. It does not include that. And we have some experts, don't have to trust me, we have experts that say the exact same. Kimberly Clausing from UCLA, many key factors are left out in these tables, including, importantly, the effect of deficit reduction, the positive effects of the spending on clean energy, and the benefits from low drug prices, as I just stated. Seth Honlin, Center for American Progress. Republicans don't mention that JCT analysis includes an imputation of corporate taxes, i.e. the 15% minimum on corporations with less than $1 billion of profits to income groups, but does not include the major provisions that benefit people, including the tax cuts and drug savings, prescription drug savings to be specific.
So Penn Wharton, where the president used to, University of Pennsylvania used to be a professor there. Penn Wharton budget model says this Inflation Reduction Act is actually going to increase inflation in 2024. Does the president worry about that?
So we agree with Senator Manchin. You heard him a couple of times yesterday, and disagree with Penn Wharton as do a number of qualified experts, which I'm happy to read out. But I do want to say that it is quite ironic that congressional Republicans are complaining or have a false outrage on this Inflation Reduction Act that is actually going to do something and help the American people lower cost when they have offered really nothing to do that. What they have offered is to increase taxes on Americans making less than $100,000 a year, and what they have introduced is actually sunsetting Medicare and sunsetting also Social Security after 5 years, and that's how they want to deal with how to help the American people. We are talking about doing the absolute complete opposite.
And just one more. It's been 3 days now since a Chinese official publicly threatened to murder Speaker Pelosi. Where is the president coming out to respond to, at the very least, say, don't do that?
Well, first, we've talked. Kirby was just here talking about how I have not seen those reports, so I'm just going to say
they were going to maybe shoot down her plane, or that it would be within their rights to shoot down her plane.
All right. Well, we have talked about that. We have said that there's no need for this type of saber rattling. It is unnecessary. The president has been very clear. There's been no change in the One China policy. We continue to support the Taiwan Relations Act. What we are seeing from what we're talking about right now, and to be clear, the Speaker has not confirmed, as you heard from my colleague just moments ago, that she is going to Taiwan. It has not been confirmed. The history of this, of congressional members going to Taiwan, is not uncommon. It is something that has happened in the past. And so, again, nothing has changed, and the president has made that very, very clear. Okay, Steve.
Just two more bits of pushback on the Inflation Reduction Act.
Sure.
Right, farmers running ads in this town, and probably others, that says that the pay for when it comes to Medicare and allowing Medicare to negotiate some prescription drugs will result in money coming out of the Medicare system and the research and development perhaps being crimped. There's also the National Association of Manufacturers, which says that the pay for the 15% minimum corporate tax is essentially a tax on domestic manufacturing because it would in some ways target the accelerated depreciation that many factory owners use to pay for equipment. Is the president confident that if passed and enacted, the bill will neither affect the Medicare program and the way the drugs are developed in this country, or his goal is to increase domestic manufacturing?
So I'll say this. There are 55 corporations in this country who make tens of billions of dollars who are paying $0 when it comes to taxes. So this bill is going to fix that tax loophole and make the tax code fairer, and that matters. And when you think about what that's going to do, you think about that $300 billion that's going to go go towards deficit, making sure that we continue to bring down the deficit. $1.7 trillion we saw from last year, add another $300 billion. That is going to save cost. That's going to save cost for the American people, and that is so critical, so important, especially as we're talking about inflation and high costs right now. And so as it relates to Medicare, just want to say, like, the AARP, who you all know, an advocacy group for seniors, has endorsed this piece of legislation. While the limit of cost of medicines and cap out of pocket expenses to $2,000 a year for people on Medicare, it will limit that, which is so important for many seniors. This will also strengthen Medicare by reducing its expenses, which save taxpayers money and helps fight inflation. And so that is really important. These are the things, if you ask a family and you say to them, what are some of the costs that you want us to bring down? What are the things that really hit your pocketbook? They will say prescription drugs. Many will say one of those things are prescription drugs. And so this is a historic investment that's going to just be a game changer for families. That is incredibly important, and that's what the president cares about, and that's how the president wants to continue to support this legislation.
Just one question about the president's COVID case. Given the importance of getting him back on a regular schedule, was there any discussion here about taking any additional steps to try to help him clear the virus faster, putting him back on Paxlovid, giving him more fluids, letting him sleep more, anything like that?
I don't have anything more than what his physician shared today, and also the last couple of days to all of you, how he's feeling. He's feeling very fine. He's doing great. We heard from him directly say that, and we expected with Paxlovid to be a relapse. It's not unusual. It's common. We shared that with all of you the last couple of days during his bout with COVID, and so again, this is not unusual. He's feeling fine. We will continue to share an update from his physician. You'll get one tomorrow, and so we're just going to continue with what the doctor lays out and take his word for it.
When will the president sign the CHIPS bill? Is that something that he'll do while he's isolating? Is that something he's going to do when he can resume travel?
Yeah, we will have something on that very, very soon. Okay. Don't have anything for you at this time. We will have something on that for you very soon.
One more question. Has the U.S. received an official answer yet from Russia on its offer of a prisoner swap?
So we've talked about this the last couple of days. Look, as you know, we want to see Brittany Griner home. We want to see Paul Whelan home. They are wrongfully detained. We have been very clear about that. We put forward a substantial offer, and we want to have a good faith conversation on that. We want to make sure that we get this done as soon as possible. What we have heard, as you've heard from my colleagues, is in bad faith. It is, and so, it's not a serious. There was a counter offer that was made, which we don't see it as a serious counter offer. Clearly, not going to negotiate from here. Not going to get into any specific details. But as you can see from the substantial offer, as you can hear from Secretary Blinken, and as you've heard from this president, we are taking this very seriously, and this is a top of mind for this president, and we want to see them come home.
Reading about Russia?
One more on the president's case. You had referred to the physician letter that says no reemergence in symptoms, but you also said lingering symptoms. So help us square that so we understand.
Yeah, well, no reoccurring symptoms, meaning, like, if you look at his original letter, there's nothing like severe, right? Because he feels fine, right? He feels good. But as we know, when all of us have had COVID, you do have a little bit of a lingering cough, right? You do have a little bit of maybe a lingering sniffles. That's not uncommon to have, and so that's what we are talking about.
So he is not 100% symptom free. He just didn't have like a fever return or something like that. Is that fair?
Well, he never had I want to be careful because we went into this about about if he had a fever or not. He never had a fever, so I want to be really clear. It was elevated, but it was never a fever.
And I don't want to put something.
But remember, we had talked about a little fatigue. We had talked about aches. That there was a little bit of discomfort. So that has not occurred. But all of us have had COVID before, right? We've had, well, not all of us, many of us. I don't want to call everybody out. I could speak for myself. And there are some, you still have a dry cough. You still have, little sniffles that last for a little bit longer.
And you've emphasized.
Are you saying he or you?
Yeah, I'm trying to get a sense of.
I am saying that all of us have had COVID. Many of us have had COVID before, and they tend to be lingering symptoms, and that's what I'm talking about.
So the president is still experiencing some things related to his COVID course of illness.
Right, and also, as we know, you all have known him for some time and covered him, he tends to have a dry cough. That is not unusual. So that is what I'm talking about. He tends to have a dry cough, which you all have heard before. So just want to be clear on that, too.
He's working, he's calling and so forth, but to my knowledge, I don't believe you've talked about him getting extra rest or taking time away from work. Has he also had blocks of time where he's not doing anything so that he can rest?
What I can tell you is that he has been working 8+ hours a day. That is a schedule that he continues to keep. Instead of doing it in the Oval Office, he's doing it in the White House residence.
So a lot of questions still surrounding President Biden's fight against COVID-19. We are going to be stepping away again for a 2-minute break for some viewers, and right back here listening in live when you return.
OPEC Plus. We are not a member of OPEC Plus, as you know, and so I would leave them to answer that, whatever they're going to coming out of that meeting this week.
But the president has received no indication. He did make some strong comments when he was in Saudi Arabia about potential good news and consumers feeling relief.
Again, I leave that to OPEC Plus.
And just a clarification on how we're counting the president's days in terms of when he'll be out of isolation. Was Saturday day 0 or Saturday day 1?
So I believe we shared that on Saturday. So what we shared is basically what it is.
Okay.
Okay. All right, I'll take one more question. I'll take one more question. I'm trying.
Yep.
And I've called on you before. I'm going to call.
Thanks, Green. Voters in Kansas tomorrow will be the first in the country since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade to have the opportunity to vote on an abortion-related ballot measure. Is the White House seeing this as a vote that could have broader political significance heading into the midterms?
So if it passes, tomorrow's vote in Kansas could lead to another state eliminating the right to choose and eviscerating access to health care. Republican governors and state legislators are imposing extreme laws banning a woman's right to choose. Many don't allow exceptions even for rape or incest, and congressional Republicans are calling for a national ban on abortion. So President Biden has made this very, very clear that the only way to secure women's rights to choose is for Congress to restore the protections of Roe as federal law. So the majority of Americans, they support that as women's right to choose. And again, Congress must act, as the president has said many times. And it is also the American people need to make sure that their voices are heard. All right. Thanks, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow.
Forget Afghanistan, huh?
All right, another White House press briefing in the books here for you. A lot of topics surrounding President Biden's second confirmed COVID test. After testing negative, he came out of isolation. Now he is back in isolation here once again. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Dow. We do see we are down in the red here slightly. A little bit of a roller coaster day, up and down. A lot of questions also surrounding Senator Manchin. We know, although he is a Democrat from West Virginia, a lot of times some of his opinions do line up with Republicans. He did have some remarks made earlier here today with reporters on a number of topics, just like the White House press briefing, everything from inflation to upcoming elections. So let's go ahead. Let's go listen into his remarks here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Skipping anything. What we're doing is simultaneously looking at 3 and 4 different agencies at the same time to aggressively get it done quicker, like they do in other countries. Then that's got to put more product to market or be able to meet the challenges of the day. That's all we've been talking about. That's just common sense. that should reduce it. It sure shouldn't inflate it because we didn't do anything to inflate it except make.
Aren't you just assuming that it's going to reduce inflation?
No. I'm just saying everyone gets different opinion. The opinions we received is going to be very helpful. There's other opinions now looking at it, and I understand that, and they're all looking at trying to find a discredit, and they can't because there's nothing to discredit in there because we are doing what I just said, accelerating permitting, getting products to market, producing more, paying down debt. Those are everything my colleagues on the Republican side have always been for. So, yes, okay.
What about the fact that, taxes on those making $200,000 or less?
There's nothing on taxes at all. There's not one penny of change in taxes. I have no idea where they're coming at. Let me tell you the only thing that we did. The only thing that was done is basically we looked at taking everything out that could be looked to be to fanning the fires of inflation or inflaming it. And there's nothing there. We said, okay, if you are a company of $1 billion or more in sales and you're a large company, and you should pay at least a minimum of 15%. Now, let me explain to you that it used to be 35% until the Republicans changed it to 17%, to 21%. They cut 14 percentage points off, which I never thought it would go below 25. When it was 35%, I'm understanding, talking to a lot of people that have been involved for many years, they were saying that there was a lot of caveats, okay, a lot of offsets and accelerated depreciation and different things you could use to get it down to be more competitive in a global market. When they changed it from 35 to 21, they never changed the caveats. Now it takes it way down below. So only thing I can say, the people in West Virginia are paying. People around the country are paying. They're 21%. Most of the corporations in the country are paying. There's very few that do not. And the only thing we're saying is there should be a minimum tax. People can't believe, why would you have a minimum? I thought the minimum was 21. We put it at 15 to make sure they could still take some depreciation, accelerate. What we think is only fair, only fair. So with that, and then carried interest, I'm sure you all understand the carried interest, and it's been a heck of a run for a long time for the wealthiest people in America in certain categories. And all it does is say, you don't have any of your capital involved. All you have is your services involved. And you want to take the same write-offs and get the same capital gain low rate that the person that has their capital at risk. That just makes sense. I mean, that's not fair. You don't get to do that. I don't get to do that. The average American doesn't. So all we're doing is putting fairness to the system. For the people that have had a good run for a long time and been able to control the politics in Washington, we're just saying we want fairness. So we'll get right here. I'll come back.
You've mentioned the corporate minimum tax. There's been some analysis by the Joint Committee on Taxation which finds that it could disproportionately impact manufacturers, and Republicans are calling it a domestic manufacturing tax. Is that a founded argument? Are you concerned it could negatively impact manufacturers?
Let me just use this analogy. If that was supposed to be used to be reinvesting for capital, right, is what they're saying. The last 2 years, we've had the massive profits that we've ever seen. And remanufacturing was just, the supply chains were just stretched to the limit, right? So they have done everything they possibly could, and they have had massive profits, and it's been the least amount of capital reinvestment in the last 2 years. So don't use that excuse on me when you've got nothing at all to show for it, because what drives investment is basically confidence in government, the confidence in the market, the confidence that we would have as a business person. You want to say, is the government working with me or against me? When we're accelerating now, letting you get to market quicker through the permitting process. That's what people were telling me, and that's what we did. That's what we did to stimulate the market.
Senator, are you going to speak to Senator Sinema to explain to her why this is a good deal and deserves her support?
I'm sure we'll get a chance to speak today because she gets in usually comes in and we speak on the floor, so I sure intend to, yes.
Senator, now that the parliamentarian has been hearing arguments for a few days, do you have any concerns or inklings that some of the climate provisions might fall out, and if so, what might be the top two?
I really don't, because I think we looked at that pretty much beforehand to make sure that we didn't put something in there that could be, from her standpoint, that could be discerning that where it might not fit in because of the finances involved in this and that. So we're very careful about that. So I don't see anything that's critically that could happen there. I really don't.
If it did, would that kill the bill?
There's an awful lot of good stuff in this bill. It's a balanced bill. This is an energy security bill. An energy security bill. So I guess it just depends on what you're talking about.
Sarah Manchin, do you plan to protect this deal during the vote-a-rama? Are you open to any amendments from your Republican colleagues?
Well, I'm just saying, we have a good balanced piece of legislation. It's taken me 8 months to get here. So I'm saying and I've listened to everybody along the way, so we have a good piece of legislation, but the process is what it is, and you respect the process, and we'll see what happens.
Senator, throughout this whole
I'll come right back.
Throughout this whole process, have you not had any conversations with Senator Sinema or has Senator Schumer not had any?
I haven't had any conversations with anybody during the process because I wasn't ever sure that we would get to a finale here, to get a completed bill. I never thought that could happen. I wasn't sure. I never quit. I never walked away from anything. I kept trying, even when I got, when all the concern was after when BBB went down and this and that. But I didn't want to put people in a situation where their anticipations and hopes would go up and then back down again. We've been through all that drama before. I didn't want to go through that again. So I just stayed with it all the way through to see if we could get to that. And it really unfolded last Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday is when it completed.
Senator, I just want to get a clarification. When you say that you've got a balanced bill at this point, and does that mean that you don't want to accept any amendments?
No, that means that basically there's a process we go through, but we have a good piece of legislation that's been worked on and in detail. So we'll see what happens. But you always have a process to go through. So we'll see that.
So
I'll be right back. Hold on. Let me get the.
Following up on a previous question, Republicans are really citing this Joint Committee on Taxation data that the bill would effectively increase taxes across many income brackets. What's your response to that?
Yeah, I just, just have it, we have to agree to disagree, a difference of opinion. My Republican colleagues are my friends, and I've worked with them tremendously, and I will continue to work with them any way, shape, and form. But these are things that we've all talked about in bipartisan groups. How can we start paying down our debt and take our finances seriously, get our financial house in order? These are things every time we get together as a group, bipartisan, this is what we talk about. How can we get more production? How can we produce more? Why are we going around the world asking people to do what we won't do for ourselves? Doesn't make any sense at all. That's what we talk about all the time. How can we get a permitting process that basically lets us meet the challenges that we have today in an urgency that we can't do because of our permitting that gets us tangled up? These are things that we all talked about, and we all said this is something we've got to change. This is in this bill. In normal times, this would be a bipartisan bill. It definitely would.
Yeah, that was just a clarification that I had. I mean, the Republicans keep saying about this $200,000 and $200,000.
Where do they? Ask them. I don't know. I can't believe that they would say that
that it's going to affect.
It's not going
Americans.
to affect. Yeah.
But
Not at all.
I mean, you obviously hail from a very conservative state.
Sure.
Trump won your state by nearly 40 points, but this bill is going to be, it already has been attacked by Republicans the way it has been. If it's going to be approved, it's going to be by party lines. Are you concerned that this is going to have a political impact on you yourself as you weigh whether to run?
I think all of you, I know, Mono, you do, but you've been here since I got here. But all of you all, this is not about politics. This is not about a Democrat or a Republican or me as an individual, as a politician. This is a bill, I think, and time will tell. This is a balanced bill that gives us energy security this country desperately needs. It gives us a pathway forward. It gives us ability to take care of ourselves, to be an energy producer, and also be able to invest in a technology for the energy future. And next of all, I mean, it's just something that I think is absolutely so needed for our country. So does it affect me politically or not? I didn't look at it that way. I still don't. Is it, people say, well, this is a Democrat bill, Republican bill, or a green bill. This is a red, white, and blue bill, honest to God. That's all it is. It's an American bill. Yes.
If Senator Sinema did end up saying that carried interest provisions are just a red line for her, could the bill still move forward without that?
I just need people to explain to me, of the wealthiest people in America, the wealthiest 1/10 of the people that benefit, that have made more than any time in the history of this country, how that would be detrimental. I just, whether, whoever, I just need to hear that explanation. That's all.
In the time since In the time since you've walked out here, Senator John Cornyn just announced that he has coronavirus and will quarantine this week. Are you comfortable moving forward with a vote-a-rama even if Republicans are down? I know bipartisanship is important to you. Do you want to give them a fair shot at amendments?
Well, John Cornyn is my dear friend. I'm sure that he has some real surrogates there that'll have some great amendments to be made.
Senator, how soon do you have to know where Senator
No, I'm sure,
Kirsten's,
let me just say this. Kirsten's a friend of mine. We work well together on so many pieces of legislation. And she has a lot in this bill. She's the one that negotiated basically, and no one changed the Medicare negotiations. And they thought that wasn't, and she got involved, and that was great. I support that. She's been very adamant and clear on no tax increases. I take that very seriously because I feel the same way. So I'm hoping that when she reviews and sees it, and she's had time to do that, then we'll see where she is. But I'm not going to make any predictions on that at all.
Do you need to know by Tuesday?
I'm not in control of the time.
Some of the critics have talked about the number of IRS agents, some 86,000 are going to be hired and go after tax cheaters, saying that that's going to affect the Americans' bottom line on their taxes.
You remember when they talked about that $600 transaction and that stuff is all out. That crazy stuff is gone. This is for upgrading equipment, being able to do the job that they haven't been able to do for quite some time. That's all it is. This is not going after and not basically targeting or chasing anybody, and definitely not the hardworking people of America. And with that, we'll do one more and I'm done.
On the permitting bill that's related to this, are you going to be writing that bill, and are you getting any lobbying?
Yeah, the bill, they've been working. Our staffs have been working, and that language is starting to come out.
Whose staffs? Yours and Schumer's?
Yeah, my energy staff's been working on it, and Schumer's too.
What's your conversation with Biden been like? Talk to him.
Good, everything's good. I'm just, we commiserate over COVID. And they tell me about that Pavloxin or how it can do that, and that's the same drug I was on too. I took it, and I feel great, but I'm being very extra cautious right now. Okay, thank you all.
All right, Senator Manchin speaking with the media here. Did want to bring it to you on Live Now from Fox. We'll step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, though, boy, is Kentucky really feeling heartache after they had lost the lives of more than, now it is up to 35 people. That number could continue to grow. We do know also today more rain expected, which they're warning residents in those areas that have already been hit hard by these flash floods that more could be headed their way. We'll be bringing you the latest update from the Kentucky governor right here on Live Now from Fox in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. There was some devastating news that we heard shared with us not only this morning during a briefing, but also online with the Kentucky governor. As he said, they now know their number stands at 35 of lives lost in the historic flooding that took place last week. More rain and flash flooding is possible for some of those damaged areas again here today and into tomorrow. He did say pray for those families and for those who are still missing. He did say in a news conference just this morning he expects the death toll number to continue to rise as hundreds remain unaccounted for in the state. Let's go ahead and bring you that latest update right here to you on Live Now from Fox. This again is just from earlier here this morning, so some of the numbers he may announce may be a little bit less than what we do now know here at this time. But again, we did at least want to bring you this latest update here to you on Live Now from Fox.
3 of the hardest hit communities. Important to see it firsthand, to hear about the specific needs, and to react in real time. In fact, we were able to connect one healthcare organization that showed up at one of our facilities with needs with another that is going to help them meet those needs. So we started out at the Perry County Emergency Operations Center in their courthouse. An opportunity to meet with their emergency director, Director Stacy, as well as the county judge, the mayor, and a number of the other local officials that are responding. This is right outside of their courthouse. That's the mayor of Hazard on the far left. A lot of people that are working day and night and greatly appreciate their leadership. Then we were able to go over to an emergency shelter at West Perry Elementary in Hazard. You want something in the midst of the darkness that is an incredible ray of light. Virtually every person, I think, in this county who didn't have their house wiped out, and some who did, were here helping. An amazing, enormous operation. There had to be 100+ volunteers filling people's cars up as they came through, giving them hot food to eat. Man, baby formula to make sure that everybody had what they needed. This is the superintendent who's opened up the school in the black hat, who was, working his hardest to make sure that everybody is taken care of. A enormous thanks to the educators and everybody else who came in to do this. You know, when Mr. Rogers says, look for the helpers, these are the helpers. And the now that we can reach many of these areas, the donations, the food, the water are flooding in. I mean, this school is filled with supplies that are going to help people. They had one whole area of intake just for supplies. Then you know what they had? They had personalized helpers to go around with each family coming in just to help them navigate in the midst of the chaos. Got to talk to some of the families here and the other places too. They don't have anything. I mean, the clothes on their back, but happy to be alive and grateful for the folks that are helping out. Right before I left, I talked to the principal of one of the elementary schools who was away, was able to get to his house and had to pull his kids out of a second-story window. Again, they are feel blessed to be here. They had family members picking up supplies from here. Perry County hit hard. Then we went down to Knott County. It is really hard to describe the devastation there. First, we went to the Knott County Sportsplex, where we had a briefing with local officials, volunteers, and their families. This is just outside. Again, people driving up and getting supplies, but you go inside and mountains of clothes. And I got to tell you, it's tough to watch people sorting through clothes, trying to find the size that fits their family members when they have absolutely nothing. But just looking at folks taking down people's information, now they've heard that FEMA's going to offer individual assistance to make sure that nobody gets left behind. This is the judge right next to me. The mayor is in the, I guess that's kind of salmon-colored shirt. You got the state senator and the magistrate that are here as well. Fish and Wildlife, got a chance to thank them for all those rescues, and they're the ones finding most of the bodies. So making sure they're taking care of themselves. And then we drove down one of the worst hit areas with the judge. And it, oh, wait, this is a church on the way out that set up yet another a place where people can get help. The fire department's grilling out right there. Next to it, there are so many supplies inside. They are accepting everything but clothes. They want to make sure that they are getting water, formula, diapers, all the rest. This is faith in action. And there was a Boy Scout troop from Winchester that had just shown up that they didn't know was coming, that was helping out inside. But then we went down. One of the hardest hit areas. It's really hard to describe. I don't know if we have a couple of photos of it, but I mean, houses swept away for miles. They don't know where some parts of people's houses are. Schools, both in Perry and in Knott County, just ruined. And it's going to take millions of dollars to ultimately repair. Even drove by and got out of the site where those 4 kids were swept away. I've had to do a lot of things that are hard as governor, and that was certainly one of the hardest. And then we headed up to Letcher County, where Letcher was one of the hardest areas to get to. And one of the areas where, because people couldn't get to them, they had set up their own emergency operation, again, trying to help people out, a room full of educators and volunteers helping other people. Got to talk in their emergency operations center. Harlan has set up their road crews, their emergency operations team. Their judge was there too, helping out. And then last thing, we were on the ground. Oh, geez. Virtually all the day, was a visit in Whitesburg to a neighborhood with people I know who'd lost everything and had to strip their entire house and put it on the front. As you look down in this neighborhood, everything is ruined, every single thing inside the house, and they're pulling it all out in front because of the mold. I mean, this woman standing next to me was in somebody else's house helping when we showed up. And she walked me down to hers, and there's nothing left. But she got her daughter out, and her daughter's younger than mine, but all the same toys, just gone. Those are her, just wiped out. There's a mayor in the back in the blue there again, helping to, this whole neighborhood had to be rescued, and it was only them. Right? Nobody else could get there. So it was them in kayaks. There was a kid who the water got so high could use a jet ski that they had that was driving around up on top of people's porches to get them out. But let me tell you, these are incredibly strong people, and they were all helping each other out, all up and down the street, even as all their possessions were gone. So another couple tough updates this morning. First, we can now confirm that we have lost 30 Kentuckians to this flooding, and that's going to grow. We know about additional bodies beyond these 30 confirmed. They break down as 7 in Breathitt, 2 in Clay, 16 in Knott, 2 in Letcher, and 3 in Perry. If things weren't hard enough on the people of this region, they're getting rain right now. Right now, though it's ending real soon, Floyd, Magoffin, Knott, and Pike have been under a flash flood warning that is ending soon. But there is severe storm potential today in all of the impacted areas. That is just not right. Most risk is on the northernmost part of the impacted area, but it is very unstable weather, and it could be even up to an inch. Just as concerning, high wind. You think about how saturated the ground has been. It could knock over poles. It could knock over trees. So people need to be careful. And it's even going to get tougher when the rain stops. It's going to get really hot, and we need to make sure people are ultimately stable by that point in time. All right, as of just a few minutes ago, 12,492 people without power. This has been a Herculean effort by those working to restore power. Remember that at one point at the EOC was above 24,000. I actually think we got close to 30,000. The counties with over 1,000 people without power or more: Perry, Letcher, Pike, Breathitt, and Knott. And I know they are working really, really fast. Yesterday, there was a report out in a roll-up of missing persons. That is not an accurate number. If need be, I'll go into the reasons, but that was one KSP post, and that was based on calls in. There are hundreds of unaccounted for people minimum, and we just don't have a firm grasp on that. I wish we did. There are a lot of reasons why it's nearly impossible, but I want to make sure that we're not giving either false hope or faulty information. We have a total of 150 displaced folks housed at our state parks at the moment, and there are at least that amount in Red Cross shelters. Jenny Wiley Resort Park has a total of 141 people occupying rooms, cottages, and the campground. Rooms are fully booked, but the campground space is available. 4 people are staying in one camper at the Paintsville State Park campground. Pine Mountain still has at least 5 rooms. We are working so hard to get Buckhorn State Park open. That is in Perry County. That's in one of the hardest hit areas. We do have power. We're working on water right now, and I've told them it's got to happen today. If not, it's dry, and if there's power, we may have to move people there without running water. It absolutely has to happen today, and I don't mean that as any slight on transportation or Kentucky Power or anybody else working there. We're just reaching that point where people need a bed. There are going to be 36 rooms and 5 cottages that are there when we get that open. That can help a lot of people. And starting this week, Carr Creek State Park Campground will be available to hold travel trailers for temporary housing. All right, we're moving travel trailers fast. We got about 100 of them that were left over from the tornadoes in Western Kentucky. We got the same team that hooked them up in Western Kentucky from transportation that's traveled east. We are hauling these things, and we're hooking them up as fast as we can. We got 25 travel trailers that are being hooked up at Jenny Wiley State Park. That's going to increase the number of people that we can house there. And between 2 areas, I think we have 25 that we're hooking up in Knott County, which needs them. There's an ATV park there, and there's another site as well. Others are being delivered to hard-hit areas. The EOC and transportation are working directly with the county EM directors and leaders to identify places to get them. This is much faster than we had this option after the tornadoes. There are 14 emergency shelters active. They're assisting 483 people. There's 1 in Clay, Floyd, Knott, Pike. There are 3 in Letcher, Wolf, and Perry. Those are on our website, governor.ky.gov/disaster-response/flood-resources. FEMA. So thankful to President Biden for what I think is the fastest granting of individual assistance, at least we've seen in Kentucky, though it was fast after the tornadoes too. It's initially for 5 counties. Those are the ones that FEMA could get to and see and chronicle or the devastation. More are going to qualify. And today I sent or am sending a letter asking for the other impacted counties to be added. Listen, what happened in the tornadoes were a couple of counties got there first, and then the other counties were added. This is a normal process. They're going through what they have to under the statutes and the regs and congressional oversight. So I've talked to leaders in Pike and in Floyd. I fully expect with the damage they've had for those counties to be added. Just keep working with us. Let's keep making sure we document the damage. This thing is going to expand. So, but for those 5 counties, renters and homeowners in Breathitt, Clay, Knott, Letcher, and Perry, who were affected by severe storms, flooding and mudslides, that began July 26 can already begin applying for individual disaster assistance. FEMA folks are on the way. In these counties, what we've asked for are people on the ground with the tablets, like we saw in the West, that can go door to door, and we can let people know what holler or neighborhood they're going to be in at a given time. We also want a set location where people can come in, and we're working on getting all the services you need, driver's license replacement or the rest. I'm telling our cabinet secretaries we want them all in one place so that people, they don't need any more of a hassle, and we want them as close to places that people can get food and other supplies as we can. I certainly think that it can be complicated to go through this process, so that's real helpful. But people can also go ahead and get online at disasterassistance.gov or call 1-800-621-FEMA. That's 1-800-621-3362. When applying for assistance, you need a current phone number where you can be contacted, your address at the time of the disaster, and where you're now staying, your social security number, a general list of damage and losses, banking information if you choose direct deposit, if insured, the policy number or agent or the company's name. Remember, it's a more complicated process than I wish it was. Don't give up. We want to make sure everybody who can qualify does qualify. All right, to go over the disaster declarations, I issued a state of emergency. The president has declared a disaster declaration. 14 counties and 3 cities have declared a state of emergency. How about some good news? Cell service is getting back up. Absolutely critical in response to a disaster. Helps people find their loved ones. It will lead to more good news. Letcher County's cellular infrastructure is being reported as restored. That is huge. And Appalachian Wireless, which serves so much of this region, is reporting that it is completely restored. Those are really good things. Like we said, very difficult to get a accurate count of those that are missing, but the way to do it is to report a loved one that you cannot find to the Kentucky State Police. We have multiple posts. Each post works a certain number of counties. We need you, if your loved one is in any one of these counties and you can't find them, or your friend, or the people that you know that you've tried to reach out to, we need you to call the numbers that are on the screen right now and give as much information on them as you can. This is our best opportunity right now to go out there and find people we believe are missing. Now, restored cell service is going to help a lot. I was able to locate somebody I know the other day that I'd seen at least in a news report had been missing. So it was good to know that that person is okay. So again, if you're in Wolf or Morgan County, you got one set number, 606-784-4127. That is if your loved one are in those counties. Owsley, Jackson, and Lee, 859-623-2404. So Kentucky State Police is working real hard on this. Contact them. There's also an email if you can't get through the phone lines. The email's on the screen, ksppubaff@ky.gov. If you do that route, you need to include the information that's on the screen here. We'll put this on social media as well, and we just ask those in the media to continue to put out those KSP numbers and the email address. Still a lot of scared people out there that haven't been through more disasters than we ever thought was possible. When cell service gets back up, we do see a whole lot of people finding people they love and care about. So looking forward to hearing those stories today. Transportation cabinets, Pikeville Highway District, all state routes are passable. That includes 13 disaster counties, Floyd, Johnson, Knott, Letcher, Martin, Pike. I will say, especially in Knott County, some of the county roads that we're on are eaten up. What water can do to a road is incredible and tough to believe. There is a huge amount of infrastructure that is going to have to be rebuilt. In the Jackson Highway District, that's Breathitt, McGoffin, Owsley, Perry, and Wolf counties, repairs to roadways, actual repairs, are going to begin today. We're not waiting, we're getting after it. 4 state routes in Perry remain closed or partially closed. There are detours. The lone exception is Kentucky Route 1146, which runs through the Lost Creek area. 13 crews from highway districts at Bowling Green, Somerset, Flemingsburg, Manchester are in Breathitt County to assist in clearing the roads. This is all hands on deck. Bridge inspections are continuing as inspectors can gain access. So far, 627 bridges in the counties have been inspected, but these are only the public bridges. A lot of these people live on the other side of what we might call a creek or something even larger, and those are private bridges, and they're gone. And it's going to present an enormous challenge in rebuilding. And we don't have the answer to that challenge yet, but it's something that we are all talking about. Inspectors have found 21 bridges with issues that range from being impassable because of debris, houses on top of them. And some are totally washed out. We got washed out bridges in Owsley, Breathitt, Floyd, Pike, Perry, Leslie, Letcher, Knott, and Clay counties. They include county bridges as well as state bridges. Transportation, National Guard are taking a ton of...
You're watching Live Now from Fox and listening to the latest Kentucky governor give an update on just the historic flooding there that has turned absolutely horrific there, with now at least 35 dead being reported there in those deaths. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike. Thanks so much for joining us here today as we continue to always bring you top stories and headlines from across the country. Well, tomorrow is a big primary day in Michigan, and state officials coming together to talk about last-minute security election prep. So let's listen right here on Live Now.
With the will of the 5.5 million voters of our state, have carried out a relentless and coordinated attack on our elections and our democracy. Now, this multifaceted attack is carried out with misinformation, lies, legislative strategy, meritless lawsuits, and threats to and harassment of election officials and their families. The people advancing this attack want to deter American citizens from voting, or, if they do not cast ballots, to undermine the faith in our elections that the will of the people can be overturned. And so today, the day before our first statewide election since 2020, I am here to assure voters that they will be safe and that their rights will be protected in both the primary election tomorrow and the general election in November. We will not tolerate any attempts to disrupt our elections, any voter suppression or election interference attempts in Michigan. My administration has worked with election clerks and law enforcement all across the state to ensure they know how to address such behavior and, if necessary, remove, and arrest bad actors. We have provided clerks and law enforcement with materials to ensure they know what is and is not allowed, and have provided a code of conduct that clerks can ask their election workers to sign before their shift. In partnership with officials of integrity all across the state, we will protect the voting rights of every citizen and ensure that every valid vote is counted. So I encourage all eligible citizens to confidently participate in our primary election. Polling places will be open tomorrow from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. statewide, and voters can hand deliver their absentee ballots to their clerk's office or drop box by 8 p.m. Those who have not registered will still be able to do so at their clerk's office until 8 p.m., and they can immediately request and vote with an absentee ballot right there in the office. I ask that anyone who witnesses voter intimidation or election interference immediately contact their local election clerk's office, local law enforcement, or call the Voter Protection Hotline at 866-OUR-VOTE. I also want to remind voters that there may be additional attempts to mislead them after the polls close tomorrow and through November. Bad actors could wrongly claim that the time it takes to finish counting absentee ballots is evidence of malfeasance rather than simply acknowledging the truth that counting often continues long after polls close because the Michigan State Legislature has not provided Michigan election clerks time before Election Day to pre-process absentee ballots. Many other states provide multiple days or weeks for pre-processing, and I have joined clerks in asking for pre-processing time here in Michigan for years. Also, I ask that voters are mindful that additional election result confusion can occur if media reports results after polls close, and note that they have data from nearly all precincts, but voters don't remember that half those precincts' ballots may have been cast absentee and therefore not be included in the actual results. Then, as absentee ballot counting boards do finish counting, it can appear as if the total vote counts increased by large numbers long after polls closed and media reported results from most, if not all, precincts. So finally, after the primary or general election canvassers may attempt to sow seeds of doubt in Michigan's elections by refusing to carry out their duty under the law to canvass and certify the election if their preferred candidate doesn't win. Such actions will be futile, as our court system will either force them or other canvassers to certify the elections in accordance with the law, but the canvassers already refused to certify elections in New Mexico, and the same illegal ploy could be attempted here or elsewhere in the nation before the end of the year. If it does, we'll be prepared. I ask that voters be wary of false claims for refusal to certify, including the minor clerical errors that cause some precincts to be out of balance every election, and conspiracy theories about voting machines. The truth is always available, and I urge voters to turn to official, trusted sources to find it. My office will continue to publish it in full transparency, as do local and county election clerks across the state. I have always said that democracy is a team sport. It works best when we all participate and when we all, Republicans, Democrats, and independents, stand up to protect its integrity. I'm confident that election officials in Michigan will do that tomorrow and again in November, and by doing so we will ensure that all eligible citizens are able to vote, have their vote counted, and make their voice heard. I'm now happy to take a few questions.
I have 3 questions. Secretary, thank you
Hi.
for seeing us. The first one you said will not be tolerated.
Yes.
Shenanigans will not be tolerated.
Exactly.
Can you be more specific? So you say there will be arrests. What does that mean exactly? Then I have 2 follow-up questions.
There are clear rules and laws about how both election observers, challengers, and poll workers are expected to behave in a polling place. It's all with an eye towards ensuring that our election officials are protected and our voters are protected, and the entire environment is smooth and secure. So if there are continued violations of those parameters around which poll workers, challengers, and observers must abide by, we will consider that to be disruption and cause for removal.
So when you say removal, is that arrest or removal up to arrest, or what are the penalties? What's the teeth?
The consequence will follow the action. So if there is a law that is violated that would call for an arrest, certainly arrest would be made. We hope that it does not rise to that issue. We hope that everyone who is present in any polling place throughout the state of Michigan on Election Day tomorrow will simply follow the rules, follow the law. And these are rules that have been placed for over a decade. And if that doesn't happen, then there will be consequences ranging from removal to arrest based on the severity of the violation of the law.
And you also talked about a code of conduct. But what do you do when the gatekeepers themselves, who I would assume have a code of conduct also, prescribed ethics involved? You've got a St. Clair County clerk who's running on the fact that the only reason his elections in that state, or rather in that county, can be trusted is because his candidate won. So when you have the gatekeepers, what do you do about the gatekeepers?
As the state's chief election officer, my job is to make sure that every aspect, every county, every locality in our state is proceeding according to the law. And that's precisely why we've been working with county clerks across the state and local clerks to ensure not only that they're familiar with the law, but that we know as the chief election officer and the statewide Bureau of Elections is there to ensure the law is followed. And we'll continue to do that. And the other thing I'll note in terms of the results of the election and saying and somehow tying the credibility of our elections to the results as opposed to the transparency of the process itself is that for anyone who has questions about the process, we operate our elections, and every clerk does this as well, in an open and transparent way through post-election audits and the like. There are several secure layers in place to ensure that every valid vote is counted and that the results of the election are an accurate reflection of the will of the people. That is what should cause someone to trust the results of the election, not the particular outcome of the election.
And the final one is, I'm going to go back to that gatekeeper thing, because if the gatekeepers are the ones fanning those flames, and if they're the ones saying, hey, you cannot trust the elections unless the people we want to win, how do you deal with that in terms of code of conduct, as well as behavior, as well as law, as well as protecting democracy when, again, it is the gatekeepers who are opening that gate?
In my view, the real gatekeepers in our democracy are the voters and the truth that is on the side of protecting their voice and their vote. So in my view, the law is quite clear on the validation of votes, the tabulation of votes, and the outcome of the elections themselves. We, in my office, and the vast majority of clerks, if not all of the clerks in the state, will continue to follow the law in partnership with law enforcement officials in the Attorney General's office. But at the end of the day, and we encourage voters to see this, an empowered voter knowing the truth of our elections is the strongest antidote to misinformation, regardless of its source. And because of that, our office has issued a fact-check website, michigan.gov/SOS fact-check, where we are countering misinformation from wherever it comes from throughout this election cycle. And so we encourage people to go there, and we encourage voters to take it upon themselves to ask questions, to seek the truth, to read the law, and to understand that election officials, by and large, are there to support their will coming to fruition, whatever that may be. And if at any point there's an interference or disruption in the process from anyone, we will be there along with the State Attorney General and law enforcement to ensure that the law is followed and that voters are protected.
Madam Secretary, are you taking a wait and see on this, or from what you're hearing, are you fully anticipating there's going to be court challenges or instances that you described?
Well, you know, in 2020, we had a very smooth election. There was no disruption despite our preparation for any potential challenges. And that's what I'm hoping for again tomorrow, a smooth election process where everyone follows the law, that voters are welcomed into precincts, and that it's ultimately a good day for our state, as I believe Election Day should be. It's a beautiful thing in our state and our country and our democracy. So with that in mind, I'm very hopeful that we'll see a smooth process just as we did in 2020. Although looking into 2020, we know that even a smooth process can yield a lot of post-election shenanigans. So we're also prepared for that as well. We may see people laying the seeds for post-election shenanigans on Election Day tomorrow, and we do see and we do hear some chatter about that, and so we're prepared for that. But my hope and what we've also prepared for is for the election officials across the state to be prepared for any disruptions, to minimize their impact on the process itself, and to ensure whether on Election Day or in the days that follow that we ultimately have a smooth process that protects the will of the voters and ensures the law is followed.
Follow up, if I may, real quick. I'm sorry, no, there. When it comes to public trust, and you've talked about a pounding of this message of election integrity by those who want to undermine it, how do you sit here today and assess perhaps what damage has been done? The public maybe not as informed on voting processes and how clerks' offices work, etc., and having to unfurl that. How much damage has been done over the past 2 years? Are you seeing people becoming more aware of misinformation?
I will say that I've seen two things. One, an escalation of attempts to disrupt the elections process through misinformation. When those attempts continually fail to actually disrupt the process, they do leave behind a trail of doubt and misinformation in the minds of many voters. That is a threat to election security, and it's a threat that we take very seriously, and why we're continuing to expand our resources to counter misinformation and to build partnerships with other messengers in communities, pastors, faith leaders, attorneys, others, who will hopefully, as many have, continue in partnership with us to speak that truth that is readily available. But the second thing I've seen from many clerks in particular around our state are more people stepping up to increase the transparency of the process, which is a great thing. For example, before every election we have a public accuracy test where the public is welcome to observe the process and the testing of voting machines to ensure their accuracy. We've seen more interest in that than before, which is a great thing, because the more eyes on the process, the better, the more well-intentioned eyes, I should say. But in addition to that, we've seen clerks from around the state also open up their doors and be more proactive in sharing information about our elections and how they work, which is a good thing as well. More information into the process is good. But again, that all runs alongside an escalating effort to take information, twist it to further political or partisan gains, and that's what we're also seeing increase, which is concerning. And that's why, in my view, the best antidote to that is for voters to join us in working to ensure we are all messengers of trusted information, seeking the truth and repeating it and spreading it.
Madam Secretary, following up on the punishment questions, you said canvassers have already vowed they're not going to certify the election. We've seen it in other states. What can be done about that, or are they free to make their statement knowing that it's going to get overturned anyway?
I think two things. As I've said, any effort to disrupt the canvassing process will ultimately be futile. The law is clear. County and the State Board of Canvassers have a legal responsibility to certify the elections. But what we will anticipate, as we've seen happen in New Mexico and potentially in Pennsylvania, is this effort to block certification used not to actually block certification, because the certification will come, but to delay it and to use the time that delay creates to further misinformation, to sow seeds of doubt that maybe the results weren't accurate when in reality they are and were. We'll continue through post-election audits and the like to continue to affirm the accuracy of our elections and our secure processes, but we want voters to know when they hear about these attempts to see them not as sincere, well-intentioned attempts to block a certification, but attempts that are instead designed to confuse them, delegitimize our democracy, delegitimize our elections, and in turn delegitimize those who are elected through these processes. The bottom line is, I won't stand for any of it. I will not tolerate any efforts to delegitimize any aspect of our process, and will continue to stand firm alongside our partners throughout the state, at the state and local level, to protect the election results, to ensure that accurate election results are certified, and that our democracy continues to rule the day in our state.
But so other than getting the word out ahead of time, there's nothing you can do to stop them? You're kind of helpless to letting them do their ploy?
We are ahead of time letting them know about the consequences, that essentially it will be a futile attempt that will only in some ways position them as someone who is taking a sacred duty as a local or state board of canvassers and taking that duty and acting in a illegal way in failing to fulfill that duty. In my view, I don't know why anyone would embrace the responsibility, the important responsibility of serving on a canvassing board and then fail to fulfill their legal responsibility under the law. So I hope that they know and they hear us when we say we will counter their misinformation and we will counter their efforts and ensure our elections are certified, even if it takes longer based on shenanigans. And I hope they choose to follow the law, comply with the law, and protect the voice of the people as opposed to going against it.
Okay, so it sounds like there's no consequence to them doing it other than ruining their reputation. I mean, I know you've pushed for legislation to streamline this whole process. Is that something that could happen, is to add some teeth to this, so it's not just we trust they love the law?
Well, look, I think democracy prevailed in 2020 because people of integrity did the right thing and followed the law. And we have learned and seen and observed over the past few years just how fragile our democracy can be, that it does require people in the system to follow the law and protect the process. So when there's a process breakdown because a person or multiple people don't follow the rules, then certainly that is cause for concern and cause for potentially re-examining the process itself to protect against a reoccurrence of that in the future. But I think it's important for us to see this as an ongoing effort to protect our democracy against ongoing challenges to it, some of which comes through the certification process. My goal is to make sure that we continue to protect the will of the people and follow the law in doing so, and hold those who abdicate their responsibility under the law responsible. But it is a team effort and requires voters as well to understand what's really going on behind these tactics, that it's not a legitimate effort to try to block certification, but it's a futile effort to do so in an eye towards spreading misinformation and trying to sow seeds of doubt among voters' minds about falsely about the legitimacy of the election.
What do you make of all this? There's an attack on democracy, and you have gatekeepers who are part of the attack on democracy.
I think, I was reflecting on this morning. It really is remarkable that we live in a democracy where tomorrow, and really for the past few weeks, over 1 million voters from the state of Michigan will be participating in choosing the next leaders of this state at the state and local level. And here we are talking about concerted efforts, some of them by candidates themselves, to undermine that basic process. I have seen throughout these last few years that the vast majority of voters and people and leaders in the state and this country believe in democracy and want it to survive. But we do see a number of bad actors continuing to escalate and coordinate their attempts to undermine the very principles of who we are. And I would just ask them to recognize that what they're doing is hurting who we are as Michiganders. It's hurting our democracy, and it's not going to be successful in actually overturning a valid election, because every attempt that they make will be met with our work as gatekeepers to protect the will of the people. And the vast majority of clerks, gatekeepers in the state, are on the side of democracy. We've worked with them to make sure they have the resources they need to counter these efforts. And I hope, that we'll ultimately see, as these efforts continue to be futile, a de-escalation and a reduction of these challenges. But we're in the middle of this right now, and we have to recognize in this moment we're all called upon to act in the best way we can to protect our democracy. I hope that those seeking or with intentions to disrupt the process will recognize the futility of it and the un-American nature of it. But we will be prepared either way, as we always must be. And we ask voters to stand with us in ensuring we stay vigilant, counter any misinformation with the truth, and above all, celebrate who we are as Americans and Michiganders by participating in our elections, both tomorrow and through November.
Throughout the campaign, but past the last campaign, your office is one of the few offices that did hire minorities, including Hester Wheeler coming to your office, and your offices reflect the state. Most of the offices don't reflect it, and the campaigns don't reflect black media or black spending, but they want the black vote. Tomorrow, by no half-stands of most people, most of y'all will move on to November. But what do you feel we need to do as a state to make sure that the black media buys is respected like you want the black vote?
Well, I think no matter where someone lives or who they vote for or what city they live in or where they are in the state, we want to ensure their voice is heard. And we want to ensure our government is a reflection of every voice, of every perspective in the state. That's what democracy is about. So we'll continue to try to lead through our example in that regard and encourage everyone to know the power of their voice, the power of participation, and the power of being a part of our democracy that leads to the power to ensure the policies that are made by our seat of government in Lansing and nationally reflect the will of every voice of every person.
But still, the black spending in black press, black media, including with your campaign, I respect the fact that you did, Van Hester, you do have a diverse team, but the spending is not the same. And I got to give you credit. You and Janice Winfrey were looked at as stellar from the people who really looked at the facts. And the national gave you that attention. But locally, you know, we still fight with the ignorance of past 16-mile road. And sometime on this side, what are we going to do to make sure that the black vote is counted in terms of spending black to get to the black vote? There's a lot of white agencies getting money to come get the black vote, but you're not using black media.
Well, that's helpful feedback. I think we'll make sure that we're continuing to partner with everyone. And I've sat down with officials in Detroit and Southfield and Pontiac and many other communities all throughout the state to make sure they have access to the trusted information that we provide as misinformation and voter suppression tactics continue to flood into communities of color in our state. And so we're going to continue to do that through November and welcome your input in other ways we can ensure we are reaching every voter in this state.
I'd be interested in a thought from you too, similar track about circumventing public will when we talk about constitutional amendments on the ballot and the ruling that recently came down on adopt and amend when it came to the wages, and that was deemed unconstitutional, and we obviously have other issues coming. Your thought on that, the challenge via adopt and amend, and for those that feel it may threaten public will when we talk about constitutional amendments on the ballot?
I think that we need to ensure our system, whether it's the petition process or the lawmaking process, accurately reflects the will of the people. I mean, that's how it's supposed to work. Laws and lawmakers and the way that laws are developed should reflect the will of the people in this state.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We've been listening there to the latest in the Michigan primary for election security. And we're going to take a quick 2-minute break. But when we come back, we will talk all about the big candidates running tomorrow. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Michael Pesce, as we continue to bring you the top stories and headlines from across the country. Well, tomorrow is a big day in Michigan, as it is the primary day, and that's where we find Fox News' Brian Yennis live for us in Lansing, Michigan, with the very latest. Brian, how we doing?
Hey, Michael. Well, yeah, this race is it's tight, to say the least. That's how I would be able to describe this primary heading into tomorrow.
Absolutely, and let's just talk about the candidates that are running. We got a long list of candidates for running for governor, Republican side here.
Yeah, no doubt about it, Michael. Look, this has been described as a messy race, and part of the reason is that it started with the top two leading candidates not even making the ballot over allegations that were proven true, that they had fraudulent signatures on their petitions to get on the ballot. So therefore, you now have the top four leading candidates who, by the way, collectively have no political experience among them, and that includes the conservative commentator Tudor Dixon. You also have the businessman Kevin Rinke, the chiropractor Garrett Soldano, and real estate broker Ryan Kelly, who, by the way, notably was arrested in June by the FBI for his actions on January 6th at the Capitol during the riot. So that's who we have in this race, and all four of these candidates have really tried to set themselves up as the anti-establishment candidate in this race, and they were all vying for President Trump's endorsement. And at the end of the day, it was Tudor Dixon who got that endorsement on Friday night from the president. He will hold a tele-rally tonight with Dixon to try to rally support before the big primary race. And we spoke to some of Dixon's opponents about Trump's decision to endorse Dixon, and this is what they had to say to us. Listen.
Well, I think he got bad advice, and we've seen across several states where he's gotten bad advice from his advisors.
It wasn't that he didn't endorse me, he didn't endorse the people. And that's one thing that we're bringing to the table right now is a movement.
That last guy you just listened to is Garrett Soldano, and he is somebody who became famous in Michigan for rallying people against the COVID-19 lockdowns in this state. He has a grassroots campaign, and he says he was pushing for the president not to weigh into this race at all. He really did not believe that Trump should, and unfortunately for him, he did. So we'll see what happens here. They are downplaying that endorsement. He believes that he has the grassroots momentum to get this done. But ultimately, you're talking about Tudor Dixon, who is a female candidate. We have spoken to voters around the state of Michigan who have told us that they are fans of Dixon. Her supporters say mainly a big part of it is her electability. She's a female candidate, and they believe that'll play well in November against Democrat Governor Gretchen Whitmer, who is in a very strong position here in the state. But ultimately, Michael, we are talking about a complete toss-up based on the polls and from what we're kind of seeing on the ground for tomorrow night here in this Republican gubernatorial primary race.
Yeah, a lot of people are going to be looking at Michigan, especially there, just considering how tight everything is. Brian Yennis, thanks so much for the breakdown, and we look forward to more on tomorrow's big day there in Michigan. We appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Michael.
Got you covered, as always, right here on Live Now from Fox, and we'll have full coverage tomorrow of the primaries, big ones happening in Michigan, like we just said, and, of course, in Arizona. We got the breakdowns all coming up a little bit later as well, right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. Let's take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We do take you out to Florida right now at Florida International University. This is where student Vice President Kamala Harris will be making remarks on climate change. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
A lot of them are leaving their homes to respond to this. And that's something that my family really appreciates. As a Cuban exile, I've developed a deep love and appreciation for this nation. One that's really deeply rooted in American value of service for our neighbors. My work has been really grounded in the love of my country. And that's something that as a Cuban American, as not the son of an immigrant, but the immigrant himself, that's something that I truly believe in, this love for your neighbor. Over the past 7 years, I had the honor and the privilege of being on a FEMA urban search and rescue team here in South Florida, which at a moment's notice responded to Hurricane Irma, Michael, the Southwest Florida wildfires, and also to the widespread flooding in the Carolinas during Hurricane Florence, and also to Louisiana during Hurricane Delta. Most recently, we responded locally to the heartbreaking Champlain Towers collapse. And that is something that impacted our friends and families around the globe, and something that my family will personally never forget. An FIU education gave me a perspective that, as a responder, I wasn't going to get. Early on in my studies, we were taught that emergency management has 4 phases. And those phases are mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. We know that we cannot completely prevent the occurrences of these large natural disasters, but we can prepare for them. It is an industry standard that for every $1 invested in mitigative actions, it equates on average to $6 of cost savings in the subsequent response and recovery phase our communities are faced with. Those are economic terms. And in our business, in boots on the ground like me, that isn't the metrics that we use. Our metrics are lives saved, suffering ended, and communities that we preserve. As we heard today from all the distinguished guests, the stakes in our business are really high. And in our line of work, you can't put a price on a loved one or a community's resilience. They're priceless. Like my kids and wife standing right there. I do a lot better when I can see the paper and I'm not looking down. So bear with me, and I really want to get this message across because it is important to me. I've seen firsthand, I truly have, the devastating impact that disasters have on families. And those are not just the families of survivors, but also the families of responders. And I really hope that these investments will help reduce those costs. And those costs are both economic and they're also societal. The emergency management system is by nature federally supported, state managed, and locally executed. That's a best practice that all of us here that are speaking can agree will strengthen our communities and assure a safer tomorrow for our children and theirs. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak here. I truly do, especially as nervous as I was and the mistakes that I made. I really appreciate you bearing with me. And I want to thank you on behalf of all the FIU students, especially the FIU first responder students, and more importantly, parents like Angela and me. I now have the honor of welcoming to this stage the Vice President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
Please have a seat. I said to Andy, he did an excellent job. You know, public speaking is very difficult, but you hope that at the end of your presentation that you not only share something that people may not know and in that way teach them, but that you help them to feel something. And your words caused all of us to feel something about our mutual commitment. So thank you for that. Outstanding. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. It's good to be with everyone. And I want to just thank all of you for being here and for all that you have done. You know, it is a very challenging time in our country right now on this topic and many others. And it is good to be back in Miami with all of you and with the leaders who are here on the campus of FIU. To discuss a very important topic. And I particularly want to thank the members of our administration, the leaders who have been doing extraordinary work on this subject. Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, NOAA, yes? NOAA Administrator Rick Spinyard, and FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell. Thank you all. Thank you. I also want to thank the members of Congress who are here. We have Congresswoman Frederica Wilson, who is here, and Congresswoman Sheila Sherfilis McCormick, who is here. They were kind enough to meet me on the tarmac as we arrived this afternoon, so thank you. And I also want to thank the local officials who are here, including the Mayor of Miami Beach, Dan Gelber. And to everyone, thank you for your leadership and thank you for your hard work. So for years, our nation and many of us have discussed, have lamented, have talked about the threat of climate change. For years, we debated the potential impact that climate change could have on our communities, on our country, and our world. And today, we know the impact. If folks weren't clear about it before, just watch the evening news and see that the time for debate is long past. Climate change has become a climate crisis, and a threat has now become a reality. In recent days, deadly floods have swept through Missouri and Kentucky, washing away entire neighborhoods, leaving at least 35 dead, including babies, children. As has been reported, 4 children from one family. So the devastation is real. The harm is real. The impact is real. And we are witnessing it in real time. In the West, an historic mega drought has made access to clean water increasingly uncertain. In my home state of California, wildfires burned more than 2.5 million acres last year alone. Yandy and I were talking about it. My brother-in-law's a firefighter, and I thank you for giving praise to all of those who have dedicated their lives to that work. Devastating. It has been devastating what we are witnessing to so many families and so many communities. And over the past few days in California, the McKinney fire has left 2 dead and forced thousands in California to evacuate their homes. And here in Florida, every year, more and more powerful hurricanes and tropical storms make landfall on the coast. In addition, across our nation, heat waves have forced tens of millions of people to endure record-setting temperatures. Last year, our nation experienced a total of 20 climate-driven extreme weather events, which each caused more than $1 billion in damage, each one. And more importantly, resulted in the death of about 700 people. Earlier today at the National Hurricane Center, I received a briefing on extreme weather fueled by climate change. And the takeaway is clear. As the climate crisis gets worse, extreme weather will pose a rapidly growing danger to a rapidly growing number of communities. So to protect the people of our nation, let us understand that we can match that desire with action, and that we must act now. And I can tell you, President Joe Biden and I, we understand that when disaster strikes anywhere in America, we have a duty to act. And I think we all know here, we all as leaders certainly have the capacity to act. To provide support and resources has been a goal and a priority for our community, but for our administration, so that we can respond and recover and rebuild when disaster hits certain communities. The President and I also have a duty to act not only after disaster strikes, but before disaster strikes, and that is why we are here today. Today, our administration is investing more than $1 billion through FEMA to fund climate-resilient projects in 343 cities, towns, and counties around our nation. And here's how it works. So local governments apply for these grants. They tell us which projects would be most impactful. And together, then, we build those projects. For example, our administration is partnering with Kern County in California to invest in underground water storage so families can have access to clean water during droughts. We are partnering with Austin, Texas, to upgrade Austin's power grid so that homes and businesses and houses of worship can keep on the electricity during summer heat and winter storms. And we are partnering with folks right here in Miami. Together, we will invest $50 million to protect low-lying neighborhoods from sea level rise and storm surge. All of these projects will create good jobs and good union jobs in our communities. And these projects will also strengthen our economy by preventing billions of dollars of damage from extreme weather. This $1 billion investment is double what our administration did last year. And as President Biden recently announced, next year we will be doubling that investment once again to more than $2 billion. In awarding these grants, we have paid special attention to the issue of equity, something that has been an area of focus for our administration from the beginning. We know that the impact of the climate crisis is not felt equally across all communities. Consider, heat waves pose a greater threat to people who don't have air conditioning or who work in high heat workplaces, such as warehouses or farm fields. Emergency evacuations are often more difficult for people with disabilities. For example, people who use wheelchairs or people who are visually impaired. And emergency evacuations can also be more difficult for folks who travel with sick or aging family members, such as a child who might require constant medical attention. And low-income communities, including rural communities, often do not have the resources that are needed to invest in resilience or to rebuild after disaster has struck. The climate crisis has exposed and intensified generations of economic and environmental inequities that have been present in communities across our nation. And our administration remains committed to addressing those inequities through environmental justice. In awarding these grants, we have prioritized projects that will protect the communities that are disproportionately impacted by the climate crisis. And these investments are one part of a larger fight. The most effective way to protect our nation is not only to address the effects of climate disasters, but to address the cause of the climate crisis itself. And that is why last year we set an ambitious goal. Our nation will cut our greenhouse gas emissions in half by no later than 2030. And by no later than 2050, we will reach net zero emissions. Some say that is an ambitious goal. I say it is doable. It is doable. Think about it. The transportation sector is our nation's single largest source of greenhouse gas emissions. So, to address that, we have invested tens of billions of dollars to put more electric vehicles on the road. In fact, when I was in the United States Senate, we were able to do the work of saying that we should focus on the issue of electric school buses. And I was proud to introduce the first piece of legislation to electrify our nation's fleet of school buses to that end. And the transition is now underway. For example, in Miami-Dade County, public schools will soon have 50 electric school buses on the roads. And that is not all. Our administration has also invested $65 billion into the electric grid and transmission infrastructure for our nation. So, to build thousands of miles of new resilient transmission lines. And in that way, we can move clean energy from where it is created to where it is needed. It is literally about the transportation of energy. So think from a wind farm in Iowa to a suburb in Chicago, or from a solar farm in Nevada to a family farm in Missouri. How exciting is that? And it will make our nation more energy independent. And it will lower electricity bills for millions of working families. So these investments are an important step forward, and our nation will soon take another great step forward in our fight against the climate crisis. President Biden and I strongly support the agreement announced last week by Leader Schumer and Senator Manchin. In addition to lowering the cost of health care and prescription drugs for millions of Americans, this agreement will invest nearly $370 billion in clean energy, zero-emission vehicles, environmental justice, and more. This is an historic opportunity to advance our fight against the climate crisis. And so, Congress, we ask that you pass it immediately. So, all of this to say, the climate crisis is here. It has arrived, and we are experiencing it in real time. And we have the ability, dare I say the responsibility, to take urgent action to protect the people of our nation. And again, we all have a role to play. So Miami, I know that you know the urgency of this moment. You are living it every day. And your voice is so important on this issue. If we act now, and we act together, we can protect our communities from the disasters that we are witnessing. we can tackle the climate crisis and make sure all people can breathe clean air, drink clean water, and have access to clean energy. We can build a more sustainable future. We can do this. We can build a more equitable future. It's within our power. And we can build a more resilient future. That's within our sights. And in the process, yes, we will create millions of good jobs in the clean energy economy. So, to the leaders here, I say, Miami, together we are building that future, and we will not tire in spite of all that we are witnessing that shows us such tragedy. I know that while we send our prayers and our love, we also, with each day, renew our commitment to the urgency of now and the ability that we have collectively, all of us in it together, to do something about it. May God bless you, and may God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you.
Watching live now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here as we try to take as much live coverage of events that we can from across the country. That was Vice President Kamala Harris in Miami. All right, everyone, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break, and then we do have some breaking news to report on a sentencing for a January 6th rioter coming to grips here now with a new reality of this sentence. We'll break it down for you all right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Breaking within the last moments here. Guy Reffitt was sentenced to over 7 years in prison for his part in the January 6th U.S. Capitol riot, longest prison sentence given so far. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
You're a Republican. This is not okay. The way that people protest in the future will be determined on their political ideology if it's okay to charge them or not charge them. There were many things that happened over the course of 2020 that is not exactly, the scales of justice here got tipped just a little bit too far. We are a proud people. There are many ways that the American people can find out more about what is happening to the 1-6ers. You can go to the Patriot Freedom Project. There's truth.org, Help Stop Hate, Citizens Against Political Persecution, because this is what this is political persecution. We are patriots. Guy was a patriot that day. He will always be a patriot. And he's a loving husband. He's a loving father. He's a man of integrity. And he went that day because the United States is the last great stand we have. And if we allow our country to keep being driven into the ground by the corrupt, evil politicians here in this city, then one day at your kitchen table, FBI is going to come in and tell you that you stood up at the school board meeting and you are now a domestic terrorist. So wake up, America. This isn't just about Guy Wesley Ruffett. This isn't about just 1-6. This is about our liberties being stomped on. And please go to these different sites and find the truth out about what happened on 1-6. Release all the videos. Release every email. Release every text. The American people deserve to have, they have the right to know what happened that day. Thank you.
Nicole, are you just saying this though for fundraising? Because even your husband in the sentencing hearing said that his past comments about the Justice for J6 movement, that he essentially took all that back and that it was all, a ruse to get fundraising for your family. Well,
Guy has always wanted to make sure that we were going to be able to have a roof over our heads. I was a stay-at-home mother for 17 years, and that was a job I took seriously. And what Guy said under duress in there is one thing. That is completely true.
He was never political until he was in love.
You're saying that he didn't do that. It's not true. That he wasn't doing those things for you guys.
He didn't say those things just to raise money for us. He said those things because he believed them. Just because he wants to be persecuted because of his ideology and he had to backtrack in order to hope that the judge showed him some mercy. Yes.
Well, you're speaking.
He said he regretted what he did, though.
I'm sorry?
He said he regretted what he did. He just did.
I do think that he had a lot of regrets about the actions that he did. The things that he did while he was there, I also feel like wasn't really him. He's actually a very peaceful person. He's also somebody that would like to sit down and talk about things. He's not violent. So, of course, him yelling at police officers and acting like that, I personally do not, that is not shown in my father.
Are you glad that he spoke in court today?
I'm glad that I got to hear his voice. I am.
But you're not happy with what he said?
I think that under the level of anxiety that he was under, I believe influenced a lot of his words. I would also like to say that as media, I believe that you owe the American people the right to really what happened that day and not just take it from whatever the clown committee has to say. Because there are people out there that would like to speak about what happened, and they're not getting a chance to. Instead of being a talking head for the DOJ and the DNC, I suggest you do some research yourself and get some stories from real patriots that were there that day. What happened with the police brutality? Ashley Babbitt being murdered by Byrd, he is not a patriot. Ashley Babbitt was a patriot. My husband is a patriot. Roseanne Boylan was a patriot. And all I can say is that y'all can all go to hell and I'm going back to Texas.
Amen. What about you?
I think all Americans in this day and age are indoctrinated by mass media and technology, and I don't think any American is truly free in a land of indoctrination.
How's your relationship with your how are things with your family now?
Oh, well,
I mean, Jackson has come over multiple occasions.
we have nothing against Jackson. We have nothing against Jackson. Jackson's my brother. I love him. I love him no more than I love my father. I love my father. I love my family. And American families cannot be divided by indoctrination over us Americans being divided. Americans are not a united country. We are divided, and that is not okay.
Especially when you said the words that your father's name is not on the flag.
Because it was Trump's name on the flags. That's what I meant. That's all I meant.
I think it really paints a bigger picture. To mark my dad as this horrible person, and then having him prosecuted like this when somebody is maybe even able to get elected again, doesn't seem right to me.
Trump deserves life in prison if my father's in prison for this long. He's the one.
And we are
Edward
talking about a good
Bernays,
man.
Aldous Huxley, that's where I get my beliefs from. And my parents raised us to be free thinkers and to have our own thought. They did not raise us to a one-pointed point of view.
Your mom said that Shimon has repeatedly urged other January 6th defendants to not accept plea deals, but we heard the judge today say that your father probably could have gotten sentenced to 2 less years in prison if he had taken a plea deal. Do you think that your father made a mistake in not taking a plea deal? And would you also urge, like your mother, other January 6th defendants to not take a plea deal?
I would suggest that we don't urge anyone to do anything. I think that's going to be up to the person, especially because we don't have that type of opinion.
Yeah.
But for my father, we were also told, we were under the impression that a trial would be very good. We were told that we had a good fight. And of course, for some of the things, I'd like to say, it didn't seem like he was actually guilty. The obstruction of justice, I know that there are...
Especially with the charge of him threatening me and my brother, I was there and I can truly say he was not speaking directly to us. He was he was ranting off. He was not threatening to kill us, and my brother has said multiple times that he did not think that his intention was to actually go through with something like that.
What about what your dad said in court today? When he said it was easy things he wrote, he was just doing it to raise money for you guys.
We're in a very, very, very difficult situation with what's going on, and we haven't had an answer until now. So we haven't had any knowing of what to do or how to move forward. So he has just, from what he can, his hands are tied, he's just trying to help our family be able to recover from this.
And I also think a lot of the reason he wanted to talk about is because that was one of the only form of letters that he's really ever sent out. So it is on a GoFundMe page, it is on like a Give Send Go. And I do think that he has a lot of truth of talking mainly to the other 1/6ers families that we are going to fight this, we are going to be okay. I don't think he's acting resilient towards the government in any way or the prosecution. I think he is just saying we have to stay strong. I didn't really see any, I see a lot of media, they say that it looks like he's being really diligent or he's not sorry at all. I never really read into it like that, but maybe it's just because I feel like I know.
We don't make enough money to stay in our home, so that is why that's where his concern came from. And Jackson has also been able to raise money for himself and his school. And I just graduated high school, so I'll be looking forward to moving on from the situation.
How is your family going to press forward while he's away?
We really don't know.
I don't know yet.
We're just going to stay together. We're going to stay together.
Okay.
Thank you guys.
Let's go. Thank you. Thank you.
Saying something unless y'all have any questions.
We're gonna appeal. Yeah, sorry. The plea bargain said that Director said that he wasn't offered.
I didn't represent him prior to trial, so
Still, you're his lawyer. How do you respond to that?
I don't know what went on between him and his other attorney, so I can't comment one way or the other on it.
Sir, what are your plans for appeal?
If we appeal, would probably be some of the sentencing enhancements and possibly the obstruction verdict along the lines of Judge Nichols' decision on the obstruction.
Did you feel it was ultimately a good decision to have him speaking for today?
I think so. I think it was important for a lot of reasons. I think it helped get some things off his chest. I think it sends a message to other people that thought the actions on January 6th of some of these rioters were appropriate. So I think it serves a lot of different purposes. And I think even though it was the last minute, I think it resonated to some degree with Judge Friedrich and wound up with a sentence below end of the guidelines. So long answer to your question, yes, I do. Anything else? All right, guys.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. So that has been the longest sentence so far in the January 6th prosecutions. You are watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We will take another quick 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We go out to Chicago, where the Chicago police earlier today talking about they are seeing a decrease in murders and shootings in the city, and also talk about crime prevention tactics that they continue this summer.
Okay. And then Chicago Police Department is also committed to visibility engagement and collaboration, and our officers work tirelessly every single day to build bridges and grow community trust. Chicago has seen significant declines in both homicides and shootings for the 5th consecutive month. That's 5 in a row. We are down 38% in homicides this July compared to July 2021, and 25% in shootings compared this July to July in 2021. Here in the 3rd District is where this YMC, where we're doing this press conference. Homicides are down 38% here in the 3rd District, and shootings are down 21%. Citywide, overall, from January to July, homicides are down 16% and shootings are down 19%. And in the top 55 beats where half the violence occurs in the city, and where our focus and our collaboration with city services has really blossomed, those 55 beats have had a 25% decline in homicides and a 33% decline in shootings. Citywide over the weekend, gun arrests were up 44%. Officers have taken more than 7,300 guns off the Chicago streets this month for the year. This progress is made possible by partnerships, but we know our work is far from over. Our goals are safe neighborhoods and lasting peace. Our continued collaboration with community partners, faith leaders, and the Community Safety Coordination Center and other city agencies is making a difference, as the examples of the declines. We are dedicated to holding ourselves accountable, working with the communities and stakeholders in enhancing public safety. That's why this week the department is launching Conversations with a Commander as a big sign with the QR code to my right, but also here's a smaller version of our QR coded Conversations with a Commander. These conversations is another part of our overall strategy to include the community in our public safety effort. These monthly events will be key opportunities for residents to engage with district leadership and collaborate to find solutions. The meetings won't always be about crime either. The community should look at these as real conversations, authentic conversations. We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us as police officers. Commanders will talk about themselves, their background, their teams, and sometimes invite special guests to join the conversation. We'll also host these events in different locations, from coffee shops to churches to parks and more. This is about accountability, unity, and working together to make real change. At the end of the day, we're all neighbors, and this is a chance for all of us to listen and learn from one another and share ideas to make Chicago safer. Conversations with the commander is what tomorrow's National Night Out events are all about too. With everything going on in the world today, programs that bring the community and law enforcement together in fun ways are always welcome. And after National Night Out is over, the Chicago Police Department maintains a number of programs that keep us connected to the communities that we serve. We are always working to grow trust and build positive relationships. These are key parts of public safety. With that in mind, I'd like to bring up now Chief Angel Navales to talk in more detail about what we're doing in Chicago's neighborhoods to collaborate, build trust, and engage the community. Angel.
Thank you, Superintendent, and thanks to the City of Chicago for allowing me to serve. I also want to thank all the people in all of Chicago's neighborhoods, like the folks here at the YMCA who work hard to make their neighborhoods a good place to be. And I also want to thank all the city services, city workers, firefighters, police officers who work very, very hard to make the city the safest it could be. And I want to remind the good folks of the City of Chicago that we remain steadfast in our commitment to build community trust. This summer, we've continued our whole of government approach effort to address violence with the same vigor and attention we've afforded the pandemic. We've partnered with the CSCC to ensure street outreach is available in areas where gang conflicts exist and identify resources to help those in need, similar to what the YMCA does here. As Superintendent Brown mentioned, the Conversations with the Commander series was developed and is an opportunity for community members to have that face-to-face contact with their district commanders. District commanders are incredibly important. They create the district strategic plans that not only address crime, but also address the concerns of the community. All year, the Chicago Police Department has continued in its pursuit to create community engagements that not only help us build friendships and relationships, but allow us to grow together as members of this wonderful city. I would like to share some of those efforts today. In the month of July, the Chicago Police Department has hosted or co-hosted and participated in a total of 1,137 community engagements. Of those, 67 domestic violence informational and awareness outreach, 101 senior engagements, 532 youth engagements, an additional 326 others. Those are like your DAC meetings, your beat meetings. The aforementioned number is part of the 9,155 community engagements for 2022, and we're only a little over the halfway mark for this year. CPD's PAL program continues to partner with Westside Sports to bring police officers and youth together. The program has grown from one site to over 10 sites on the west side, and we have a PALS charter here on the south side with 3 additional sites which we're hoping to grow. These have become safe havens where invisible boundaries such as gang territories don't exist. This weekend, I had the honor to throw out the first pitch at their championship game held at Columbus Park, and I had the pleasure to see a young man muster up the courage, stand in front of the microphone, share his talent, and sing the national anthem for his peers. I want to thank Stephanie Marquardt and her team for their hard work. I also want to thank them for the joy that they bring to our police officers who have the opportunity to participate. Earlier last month, Superintendent introduced me to members of Beyond the Ball, a relationship he brought from his home state of Texas. This month, Beyond the Ball came to Chicago and partnered with CPD and other stakeholders to host a 3-day sneaker lab with 30 of Chicago's youth from the South Side. The Sneaker Lab teaches young people valuable skills such as leadership, entrepreneurship, and financial skills. Police officers participate in peace circles with the youth. Each was part of 6 teams that designed the sneaker that illustrated the serious issues that young people face today. Youth apply their passion of creativity to design and present the finished shoe design to a panel of judges. Lastly, in closing, we want to invite every person in the city to attend their local district national night out, to participate in their local beat meeting, become a community ambassador or beat facilitator, join us in conversation with the commanders, and take advantage of all the avenues afforded to submit information on crime and community concerns. And lastly, if serving and protecting calls to you, I humbly ask you to come join us at any of our recruitment engagements, sign on that line, and become a member of the Chicago Police Department.
We're hiring.
With that being said, thank you very much. Sir?
Then we're going to bring up Ms. McWhorter, the President and CEO. Wow.
Kenny's going to go first.
Oh, Kaniqua is going to go first.
Thank you. My mother will be very proud. Good morning. I am Kaniqua Howell, and I have the pleasure of being the Executive Director of the incomparable Southside YMCA. First and foremost, I would like to welcome you all here. At the Southside Y, it's always our goal to make sure that everyone that enters through the doors of our facility feel like they just entered another dimension of their home. So with that being said, welcome home. I am pleased today to be joined by my YMCA of Metro Chicago colleagues, our President and CEO, Dory McWhorter, Chief Development and Equity Officer, Sharice Ledette. Thank you to Superintendent Brown, Chief Navales, and Commander Watson for coming to the Southside YMCA this morning. Thank you to the Chicago Police Department for your continued partnership with the YMCA to advance our shared focus on the safety and wellness of the communities we serve. We are pleased to partner with CPD on a National Night Out event here at the Southside Y. Initiatives such as National Night Out are critically important to the YMCA of Metro Chicago, including the Southside Y, for youth and community development, building neighborhood camaraderie, and strengthening the relationships between our neighbors and law enforcement. Tomorrow afternoon, from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m., we invite all members of our community to join us for this event. Join us for entertainment and food, and to connect with your neighbors and members of the CPD's 3rd District. Thank you again to Superintendent Brown, Chief Navales, Commander Watson, and my YMCA colleagues for being here today. On behalf of the YMCA of Metropolitan Chicago, we look forward to this continued partnership and to working together to strengthen our communities. Without further ado, I will officially bring up our President and CEO, Ms. Dory McWhorter.
Good job.
Thank you, Ms. Kaniqua. I call her Kenny. And this is Kenny's house, so we're all very lucky to be in your presence, Kenny, today. And I love this Kenny-sized mic, too. This is perfect. This is perfect. So, as Kenny said, I'm Dory McWhorter. I'm the President and CEO of the YMCA of Metropolitan Chicago. And we're so grateful to have Superintendent Brown here. I really want to do the Vanna White thing right when I was standing right there for you. Chief Navales, Commander Watson, and the entire Chicago Police Department. And, of course, Ms. Kenny and my colleague Sharice. So as Kenny mentioned, partnerships like the one between the YMCA of Metropolitan Chicago and the Chicago Police Department are incredibly important to the communities we serve. Evidence shows that when there is a YMCA in a community, rates of violence in that area are lower than they would be otherwise. During summer breaks, on weekends, and before and after school, YMCAs provide a place for youth and adults to be themselves and to engage in their communities, to make friends, learn new skills, do homework, play a pickup game, or just hang out in a safe place like Kenny's house. So in fact, as we've mentioned several times this morning, that we created a new role to ensure that community safety is prioritized. So Sharice Ledette, wait, Sharice. Sharice is our Chief Community Development and Equity Officer, and within her portfolio, specifically community safety and youth violence prevention strategies are what she focuses on. We also know that when young people are exposed to violence, they are more at risk for PTSD, depression, anxiety, low self-esteem, sleep disturbances, and long-term trauma. That's why our youth safety and violence prevention program that Sharice oversees works to reduce these adverse experiences for our youth and their families, and to provide mental health and other support services for those who have experienced violence. From a community standpoint, the YMCA of Metropolitan Chicago is participating in or hosting a number of National Night Out events this week in the city and the suburbs. At these events, the Y can serve as a convening place where law enforcement and our neighbors can come together and build meaningful relationships. So we just want to thank you again for allowing the YMCA to participate in this incredible evening tomorrow with DJ Phantom. So we're looking forward to that, and I'm just glad to have you all here today, and I'll turn it back over to Superintendent Brown.
Thank you. We'll take a few questions, and Tom is going to hand you the mic so you won't have to shout too much.
Hey, Superintendent.
Hey, Tom.
Sometimes, how are you?
Yep, I'm well. How are you?
Good. So obviously, numbers around shootings and homicides remain encouraging this month.
His mic is breaking up, guys. I don't know if he's near the amp or not. I just wanted to clearly hear what you said. You said what was down?
I said shootings and homicides. Obviously, it's encouraging to continue to stay down. Yeah. There are some crime categories that remain up significantly. Robberies, burglaries, thefts, motor vehicle thefts, some of them carjackings. I know that there was this great emphasis placed on deploying officers to these 55 beats in the most violent areas, and that you guys credited that for this, drop in violence. Is there a plan to address, to try to bring down some of these other crime categories?
As you know, our work is never done. It's always challenging to serve the public, particularly in the public safety space. And yes, many of the data metrics that show where shootings and homicides occur, so does robberies and other crimes you mentioned occur as well. But we are doing a deeper dive into our precision deployments around those separate categories, robberies and motor vehicle thefts primarily, really driving the increases. But I just want to highlight, many of those categories, not robbery, are down compared to 2019. So still a pretty challenging, proposition to spread even more resources into not only the CTA. We need to also improve resources and deployments within the loop in our downtown, as well as those categories you mentioned. So, again, it's just a challenging time to be in law enforcement, the most difficult, complex, and dangerous time. We have surpassed 2020 and 2021's record high levels of officers shot at and shot this year. We're outpacing those two historically high years. And so it's not lost upon me with not just the schedule changes, the impacts on officer suicide and the stressors related to this job, to challenge officers even more. And it's not just, I know your paper did a really good job doing a story on the downs in arrests and stops compared to previous years. It's not going to be arrests and stops that do this. It's going to be places like the YMCA, collaborating with police, all these great programs that Chief Navalis mentioned, collaborating with police, to include also social services for mental health, drug treatment, collaborating with police. So it's the 1980s and 1990s mass incarceration and stop and frisk was a failure. And if we go back to that for a short-term fix that likely still won't reduce violence, because we're in a gun violence epidemic in this country, we're awash in guns. We need continued legislation federally and at the state levels that restrict and cause real consequences for people who illegally possess and use a gun to hurt others. To partner with us in law enforcement. We're on the front lines. We're risking our lives every day, and it's risking our lives at higher levels than have been in the past. So just to focus on arrest and stops is really short-sighted and likely not to make us any safer. Next question.
Hey, Charlie. From Channel 5.
Hey, Charlie.
I wondered if you could clear up for us some of the questions regarding carjackings in particular. On the city's website, it says that there have been 272 carjacking arrests, trespass to vehicles, vehicle thefts, but the department put out that the number was over 700 before. So 272 versus 772. Where does that discrepancy come?
Sure. So carjacking is not a legal terminology for the crimes that are occurring. It is really a media term. The actual legal terminology that we use is based on state law. So there's vehicular hijacking is a state law violation. Then there's motor vehicle theft, that's stealing the car. And then there's criminal trespass to vehicle, that's being in possession of a stolen car, whether you're a passenger or a driver. And we catch you and we charge you with any of those three crimes. So we aggregate those crimes because we believe all of the crews associated with ought to be charged and held accountable. So whether you can be identified as the person who hijacked the vehicle, or you're just part of the crew that drives, or a passenger and you get out and the other person drives this other car, we include all of those three categories, if that makes sense. And that's the discrepancy that you're seeing. Is number one, a media characterization is not consistent with state law characterizations, because carjacking really is vehicular hijacking. But it's also possession of a stolen car, actually stealing the car, whether you carjacked it or not. And we think all of those are the same, and we try as best we can to explain that to the public.
Can I ask a follow-up to that?
Sure.
How hard is it to get a How hard is it to get a handle on carjackings, especially because so many involve young people? And what tools do you need at your disposal to make that happen? I did an event last week with Tom Doherty, says he'd love another helicopter involved here. What does Chicago police need to get the job done?
So the mayor found money for 2 additional helicopters for the city of Chicago. We need more than that, but that's a great start. We have been, compared to other cities of like size, we are really deficient in our ability to catch people without chasing them at reckless speeds, which is restricted in our chase policy anyway. So we have 3 helicopters. As an example, I think LAPD has 16 helicopters. NYPD has like 18 helicopters. I mean, we just don't have the capacity, and really the issue is this, not necessarily just helicopters, although that we need more. Our young people, our juveniles, are driving the increases in carjacking. And there's the courts, the juvenile courts are just really running in place as it relates to consequences for these young people. And many of these young people, they use weapons. They terrify their victims by pointing at their heads. They have shot at and seriously injured and killed. And there's just not a consequence for our juveniles when they go through the court system. The officers are doing their job. They're arresting young people, regardless of age. Our officers are going to hold you accountable. But when we say regardless of age, we're talking about as young as 11 years old. More than one 11-year-old has been arrested by Chicago police officers for carjacking. 13-year-olds, 14-year-olds using guns to take cars from people. And once we arrest, it's really a really fast revolving door in and out of the juvenile court systems. So a couple of things that we're trying. We're not giving up just because the courts are not helpful right now. We're trying to identify these young people and offer them social services to try to change their behavior. It has worked, but we need to increase the capacity to do that. We need more and more resources to intervene, and really not just a young person's life, Charlie, it's the family of the young person's life. More than likely, there is some dysfunction in the family when a young person makes these kinds of choices, and we're trying to see through a whole of government approach, like we did with COVID, just trying to take all of government and try to intervene and mitigate a young person making this horrible decision to carjack someone, while at the same time, and I want to be clear about this, our officers are going to continue to arrest, regardless of your age, people who commit this crime. If you're 11, we're going to arrest you, take you before the court, and hope for justice to change your behavior. But we also are going to work in collaboration with social service to hopefully change the behavior of a young person through intervening with the family and the young person. Next question.
Good morning. It is Rahinos with Telemundo Chicago.
Yes.
According with the press release, this is the 5th consecutive month where the homicides are going down. As a reporter, when I go out, community members don't believe or agree with those statistics. They said that unfortunately that the effort and the work of the police is not enough. What is your message for them, especially when tomorrow is the National Night Out?
So when we say homicides are down, that's the most trustworthy crime statistic you can use, because the medical examiner is the person that, and the medical examiner doesn't work for the police department. It's a separate entity. They decide if a person is deceased by homicidal violence. And then when we charge a person with homicide, the state's attorney has to agree. The state's attorney is a separate entity that offense is a homicide and therefore can be charged with murder. And so it is the most trustworthy statistic that's used in law enforcement. It can be compared across cities, so the public can trust that homicides are down because of those other entities have to verify. And it's not just the police department describing that as a homicide, number one. Number two, you all play a big role in perceptions, in the way you report. I mean, there recently was a Bloomberg article about the outsized reporting of violence in this country these last 2 years, where the number of gun crimes and violence and the reporting of violence are just outsized, not really conducive to someone perceiving things as they are. So we need help from you in the media reporting, particularly when it comes to a category like homicides that's really a trustworthy metric to use and report on. When we say homicides occurred or are down or up, you can trust that others verify that beyond the police department. So we just ask that the media report the good, the bad, and the ugly, all of it. We don't want any passes or bias either way, just right down the middle. I think people then perceptions would see how Chicago is much safer than it was in 2021 and 2020. We still have work to do to be lower than before the pandemic in 2019, but we are comparable to 2017, 2018. But we have a lot of work to do. As Tom Schubler with the Sun-Times mentioned, those other categories of crime are really important to us as well, to deploy resources around and get a decline in those, like robbery and motor vehicle theft.
Hi, Superintendent.
Hi.
Karen Jordan, ABC7.
Hey, Karen, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
What staffing challenges did you have this year to try to make sure that the homicide rate went down, and what challenges might you have going forward this year?
So as you know, there is a national shortage of people wanting to be police officers in this country, and every department is competing for some of the same candidates to come into the profession. So we started out the year with a continued decline in police officers. And we had to prioritize what was really important as far as an officer assignment was concerned. And so as you hear my comments about carjackings, we have a carjacking task force. So that's a priority for us. We have obviously patrol beat assignments for our officers. I would argue that's the highest priority, is to try to cover all our beats. So when people call 911, we get a prompt response, as well as there's other categories of robbery. There's obviously motor vehicle thefts. There's a lot of categories, a lot of demands on police resources, and to include quality of life issues, not necessarily those high-level crimes. There's some quality of life issues that require additional police resources. And so we're having our best 3 months, these last 3 months of police recruiting. We have 409 new recruits in the academy so far this year. The last 3 recruiting classes were 80 new recruits, 93 new recruits, and 99 new recruits. That's our best monthly in several years. We just have to continue that for the rest of this year into the first quarter of next year before new vacancies occur based on retirements and other people leaving through attrition. So the challenges are the vacancies, as well as the demands of more officers across our neighborhoods, in our business community, in our retail corridors, on our CTA, and in specialized units that focus on some of the challenges as it relates to carjackings. So multifaceted, very complex, but if we collaborate with others, and if we see a need from a social service standpoint, let's not try to solve it with policing. In other words, if you think about mental health challenges, that's not a policing solution. You think about someone in possession of a personal use of drugs that's really addicted to drugs. That's drug treatment as a solution, not necessarily being arrested. So there's multifaceted ways to reduce violence and other crimes that include collaborations with others, like the YMCA, and others that will make us all safer in a way that's constitutional.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you joining us here. As always, bringing you top stories and headlines from across the country. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break, but when we come back, we are going to take you out to Georgia, where the University of West Georgia is in a state of shock right now. We'll tell you all about it, what this professor is accused of doing, next here on Live Now from Fox. And you are watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you as we continue to track top stories, breaking news, all in the mix right here. We appreciate you joining us here today. Well, this is a real talkative story here where a professor in Georgia is accused of shooting and killing a freshman student. Let's go out right now to Fox 5's Rob Fiorenzo, breaking it all down for us in this really bizarre and chaotic story. Rob.
Hey, Mike, that's right. This entire situation has rattled this small town about 30 miles west of Atlanta. As you mentioned, that police accused that professor of shooting that 18-year-old student in this parking garage over the weekend. Earlier today, a judge denied him bond, meaning he will have to stay behind bars until his next day in court.
Mr. Sigmund, I'm going to deny your bond at this time.
47-year-old Richard Sigmund appeared in court Monday afternoon in a wheelchair. His head banged up, his leg in a brace.
Richard Sigmund did fire a Glock 43 9mm at Anna Jones, striking her in the neck and ankle. Anna was pronounced deceased at Tanner Emergency Room.
Police say the teenager was sitting in a car in a parking deck in downtown Carrollton early Saturday morning. It's not clear if it was intentional, but investigators say Sigmund had just threatened to shoot a guy he was arguing with at this pizzeria a little while earlier.
Mr. Sigmund, do you have any questions about your charges, sir?
Prosecutors have charged Sigmund with malice murder, aggravated assault, and possession of a gun while committing a felony. The warrant says that 2 other people were in the car with Jones at the time of the shooting. Her family watched the hearing in the lobby of the Carroll County Jail. Anna's mom sobbed when he appeared on screen. They didn't want to speak out publicly right now, but friends we've spoken to are at a complete loss.
It's so close to home, and you wouldn't
really expect that.
The entire University of West Georgia community rattled by the shooting.
She was very outgoing, and she just had a great personality, and she was just the one person in the room that you want to be around all the time.
And now Sigmund's next court date will be on September 2nd. He will remain behind bars until then. Over the weekend, the University of West Georgia released a statement telling us that he has been relieved of his duties at the university. It's not clear why he wound up in a wheelchair. Michael?
Yeah, right. Really bizarre story there. We'll be looking for updates there. Rob DiOrenzo, thanks so much for breaking it all down for us this evening. We appreciate it there. And of course, gun violence is a major concern here in this country as we continue just to talk about the surge that we have been seeing in major cities and really towns from across the country. And now we want to keep you, though, in Georgia here because we got Fox 5's Eric Perry with the story of how a popular music festival has just been canceled. Eric.
Yeah, that news came just this morning, and that festival was slated to begin just next month, September 17th. So really, this is a story about the music festival organizers wanted the power to prohibit firearms here at Piedmont Park, a very famous park here in Atlanta, Georgia. But new state laws, gun laws at that, say that you have to be able to admit those firearms in public places. A shock Monday morning after Live Nation announced the cancellation of Music Midtown Festival.
I enjoy the festivals, and I was looking forward to this one, especially after the pandemic.
I know a lot of people had high hopes that they were going to go, and it's kind of sad that it did get canceled last minute.
I've seen a lot of festivals. I really have.
Music Midtown was set to take place September 17th and 18th at Piedmont Park with big-named musical acts like My Chemical Romance, Future, Fall Out Boy, and 2 Chainz.
This is going to set a precedent, but not in the way that anybody anticipates, because what we're really talking about is an exchange of freedoms.
Atlanta City Councilman Michael Julian Bond says the decision to cancel stems from new state gun legislation, which allows firearms in public spaces, including Piedmont Park.
Change in the laws here in Georgia, making it easier for people to carry weapons. I completely understand, because Music Midtown, it's a wide open festival.
According to the festival's website, it states weapons of any kind are prohibited.
This is a huge loss of, economic impact for, central Midtown, downtown, and Buckhead for sure. It's already proven that, Music Midtown and the related impact of it generates millions of dollars for the city of Atlanta.
We need all of the boosting that we can in the economy. That's money that vendors and people of all kinds, even entertainers, street entertainers, everybody get to make money when you have festivals like that. And when they cancel it, it trickles down for real.
Yeah, back out here live, we've seen many people, they already had their tickets, they will be refunded, but people had hotels, they had Airbnbs. This is a festival that brought in, at the last time they had it here, about 50,000 people here to Midtown Atlanta, so a huge economic driver in this area. Now, we've reached out to the city of Atlanta's mayor. We've also reached out to Governor Brian Kemp. We have not heard back just yet, but a lot of reaction here from this announcement this morning, and many people wondering if this will set a precedent for other events moving forward. Mike?
You really wonder about those big time festivals that continue to want to come to Georgia, and then what will happen in the future there when if you got similar events like this one pulling out, and especially just a month away from the big event.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, September 17th and 18th, it was set to begin, and now it's canceled for this year.
All right, Fox 5's Eric Perry breaking it all down. We appreciate it right here on Live Now from Fox, as always. And we'll continue to bring you top stories and headlines from across the country coming up in just 2 minutes. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. We are going to take you out to Detroit to get an update on a very deadly weekend in the city. Welcome back, everyone. Here to Live Now from Fox. We take you out to Detroit here. A violent weekend. Dozens were shot. At least 7 were killed. Let's get the latest update from police on a range of different shootings.
24 non-fatal shootings and sadly 7 homicides. Again, it's 24 non-fatal shootings this weekend and 7 homicides. We understand that these numbers make media headlines, but to us, these represent people. These represent families. This represents children. This represents husbands, wives, brothers, and sisters. Our Detroit families are in pain. Neighbors near the gunfire are shaken, and lives have been forever changed. Preliminary reports tell us that a mass shooting in our city occurred on Sunday around 2:30 a.m. A suspect was immediately arrested. Sadly, 2 people have died and 6 others were injured in this crime, a crime that simply did not have to happen. It emanated from what we understand to be a neighbor dispute where the suspect believed, it is my understanding, but again, this is a fluid investigation, but what I know at this point, which is subject to change, is that the suspect in question had a problem with some parking that happened near his home, which was directly across the street from where the party took place. Instead of contacting the police department, instead of notifying the NPOs, which we have to handle such matters, he decided to take matters into his own hands, engaging them and ultimately shooting up the home, striking our 8 victims, and again, 2 of them have sadly deceased. The officers responded in record time, bravely responded in record time, entering the home. Our suspect, who has a military background, had strategically placed weapons throughout his home in case he was engaged, is what our impression is. The officers went into the home looking for the suspect, entered the home legally looking for the suspect because we had information that the suspect had shot from this home. The information that we have is that he shot from the 2nd floor as well as the 1st floor. They go inside the home. They identified a suspect who was in the home in the dark, and ultimately he gave himself up. They took him into custody without incident. However, they recovered 11 weapons, again, 11 weapons from this home that were strategically placed throughout the home. So as he moved through the home, he would have access to these weapons. Less than 24 hours ago, 2 14-year-old girls were shot while at a birthday party on the 8600 block of Penrod. Our preliminary reports say that gunfire erupted from a silver vehicle. We believe this incident to be a drive-by shooting. And already today, a 16-year-old was charged with the fatal shooting of a 13-year-old, and this incident occurred last week. And this is the incident that occurred in Southwest Detroit, middle of the day, kids outside, and our understanding in this investigation is that this all started from a cell phone that was perhaps stolen, and a car full of young people decided that they would go to this location. They saw the victim, 13 years old, out front. Someone in that vehicle, we believe to be the driver, fired a shot, striking the victim, and senselessly he was murdered on the streets in the middle of the day in the summer over a cell phone. Let me be clear, our officers are doing their job. They're doing an amazing job, but it's not enough just to do the job. They're getting the people off the street, they're making the arrests, and I'm confident that the men and women are working diligently and hard for all of us, keeping all of us safe. You safe, me safe, this community safe. But the message isn't how hard the officers are working. The message is we need to do more. And I'm very thankful to see City Council President Mary Sheffield here with us today and all of our other partners, because that's what this message is going to be about today, is doing more, working with our partnerships, because no one needs to live like this. Our community deserves better, and we must do better as a community for our own safety and for each other's safety. But at this time, I'm going to call Commander McGinnis up to update us on the latest information that we have in some of these homicide investigations. Commander.
Thank you, Chief. Talking about the 11,600 block of Coyle, as the Chief mentioned, there was a birthday party across the street from the suspect's home. It was about 2:40 in the morning when the suspect engaged in an argument with members of the birthday party, and he decided to settle that argument with a high-powered rifle. Fired multiple rounds at our victims. We had 8 people struck in total. 2 were fatalities. The ages of the fatalities were a female that was 39 years old and a male that was 38 years old. The other individuals that were struck by gunfire, most of them were in their 30s. One individual was 19 years old. EMS conveyed 5 of those victims to the hospital. The 2 fatal victims, they self-transported, and unfortunately, while en route to the hospital, they had a traffic collision at 6 Mile and Greenfield, so they were later transported from that scene by EMS. I really want to take this time to thank the homicide team. They've been incredibly busy. Homicide Task Force and the Michigan State Police have been so helpful in all this investigation that's going on with the violence. That suspect is in custody, and we have consulted with Wayne County Prosecutor's Office. They're reviewing the information on the case, and we expect for them to make a charging decision in the next day or so. The next case I'll discuss is the fatal shooting of the 13-year-old. 13 years old, I don't know what to say. We did get charges against a 16-year-old in that case today, and he was arraigned. And as the chief mentioned, it was over a stolen cell phone from weeks ago. 16-year-old with a gun settling a dispute over a stolen cell phone. Very tragic, and as with all our families, our victims' families, my heart personally goes out to them, as does every homicide detective. But again, he was arraigned, charged with murder 1, felonious assault, and felony firearm. He's been remanded. A third case I'd like to talk about is a missing persons case, and there's family members from Mr. David Woodard here. If they could please come up, and maybe one of them could say some words, or if one of them is going to come up. Mr. Woodard is 46 years old. He was last seen alive on July 21st. He owns a barber shop on East 7 Mile, a family man. He was last known to be with an associate of his, a friend, a lifelong friend, and that person is a suspect. We have that person in custody. However, we need the public's help. There is a lot that needs to be done on this investigation, and if somebody out there knows something, we're asking that you please call Detroit Police Department. You can call the Homicide Missing Persons at 313-596-2260. You can call Crime Stoppers if you want to remain anonymous. We received a tip that there was human remains on a burned out house on Goddard Street in Detroit. We are in the process of trying to identify those remains. We are fearful that they are Mr. Woodard's, and so if the public could please help us, we would appreciate it. I'm not sure if you are. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Taisha. I'm the cousin of David Woodard, and I'm stepping in for the family at this time. And like he said, we're asking for help. Anybody that has any information, we're still with hope that it's not his body and that we're looking for him. We hope that somehow he comes forth or somebody knows something where his whereabouts are or know where he is. We're just praying that that is not our loved one. But if it is, we're just praying that you all stand with us in prayer so that we may get justice. And we pray that the gentleman that is in custody, that he let us know what we need to know to find our loved one so that we can get rest and peace.
Well, as you can see, the family deserves closure. They need information. Hopefully, we can have a positive end to this missing person story. But somebody out there knows something, and so please, if you know something, call us and share that information with us. Thank you.
Quincy Smith, community organizer for Ceasefire Detroit. Phil Chapman, you guys want to join me? Community's tired. This is out of control. How many more press conferences like this? How many more scenes? How many more hospital visits, burials do we have to go through? Our children, our youth, our community is under attack. Everyone should be outraged. Everyone should feel the weight of responsibility to do something. Get involved. There is no more time for sitting on the sideline, not being vocal, not reaching out, not being a mentor, not saying something, not standing up for those who don't have a voice. The time for that is over. We need the community to stand up. There are resources available. There are other community organizers, other interventionists, other folks out there that are doing phenomenal work. You need to connect with them. Connect with us. If you know someone who's in need of support, 313-224-1257. That is our hotline number for ceasefire. There are readily resources available. Something has to be done, people. But it's going to take all of us. The entire city needs to stand up. Thank you.
Dan DiBardino, president of Crime Stoppers. I think everybody has heard the message loud and clear from the chief, Crime Stoppers, and the family members. Today should be a call to action day. We've had too many of these press conferences. We've had too many of grieving husbands and wives and mothers and fathers and grandparents. Enough is enough. It is time that if we are going to do something, today is the day to do it. We're asking you to do one of two things. Either call the Detroit Police Department and provide information that you have on any of these crimes, these or others, or if you wish to remain anonymous, and you have my guarantee, if you call 1-800-SPEAK-UP, and that call is answered in Dallas, Texas, no one's going to ask you your name. No one's going to ask you your telephone number. There's no recordings. There's no numbers being trapped or anything else. We just want the information that you have. It is time for us to all take action. Please, 1-800-SPEAK-UP. You will indeed remain anonymous. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I didn't want to speak, but I think it's important that I utilize my voice as well, too. And I stand here in support of the men and women of our police department that work so hard every day to make sure that our streets are safe, as well as the community organizations that are day in and day out in our communities. As I hear what was presented today and over again, what runs through my mind often is this idea of conflict resolution.
Okay, we're going to step away from this press conference from Detroit police officials there in the community as they updated the public about a very violent weekend in Motor City. Shootings, people who have been killed from those shootings, a string of recent incidents, not only over the last weekend, but throughout this summer. I'm Andrew Kraft. Hope you had a good weekend. We're going to take a quick commercial break. Breaking news where that came from Washington. We'll have it in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Breaking news, and we're about to get a statement in from President Biden on camera. The United States conducted a successful counterterrorism operation against a significant al-Qaeda target. There you're seeing him, Ayman al-Zawahiri, in Afghanistan over the weekend. That's according to a senior administration official telling that to Fox News. There he's pictured with, of course, Osama bin Laden. President Biden tonight will make an announcement at 7:30 p.m. Eastern to address the nation from the White House on the operation. The senior administration official telling Fox News today, over the weekend, the United States conducted a counterterrorism operation against a significant al-Qaeda target in Afghanistan. Fox News has since confirmed that that al-Qaeda target is Ayman al-Zawahiri in Afghanistan. The operation was successful, and there were no civilian casualties. That's according to the senior administration official. Two intelligence sources also backed that up, telling Fox News Zawahiri was killed in a CIA drone strike. Of course, this comes on the heels, August 1st, August 15th of last year, the fall of Kabul, Taliban leaders taking over key parts of Afghanistan. Now the country is under their control. The Biden administration closed the U.S. Embassy in Kabul and withdrew all military assets from Afghanistan last August the 31st, ending the United States' longest war after 20 years. Of course, that came about 15, 16 days after the Taliban entered Kabul. And you remember all of the chaotic scenes at the international airport there in Kabul as so many Afghans tried to escape. And that has been one of the main concerns, especially from U.S. intelligence officials and officials on the ground in Afghanistan, about the resurgence of al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. And so this is breaking as we speak. We're going to be joining with experts here on Live Now from Fox, Hal Kempfer, to talk about the significance of this. Al-Zawahiri has been highly sought after by U.S. government officials for the last 20 years, essentially since right after 9/11, as we come up on almost 21 years since the 9/11 terror attacks. We're going to stay with this breaking story. Remember, we're also going to be hearing from President Biden, so we're going to be previewing his speech at 7:30 p.m. Eastern, 4:30 Pacific, as he will make this announcement about this significant drone strike, a successful counterterrorism operation, taking out the al-Qaeda target, Ayman al-Zawahiri, in Afghanistan over the weekend. According to Fox sources, this strike didn't happen too far from Kabul, kind of on the outskirts of Kabul in Afghanistan. Of course, we have been reporting over the weekend that President Biden is, of course, still in isolation after testing positive yet again over the weekend for COVID-19. That was after his Paxlovid regimen. Remember, he was cleared and had tested negative. I believe that was Wednesday or Thursday of last week. But of course, over the weekend, I believe on Saturday, he tested positive again in one of these rebound COVID-19 positive cases that are somewhat familiar and somewhat common when you are on the Paxlovid regimen. But that is aside, this is the news. Back out to some of this file video that we have of the al-Qaeda leader, Ayman al-Zawahiri, who has been taken out by a drone strike, a CIA drone strike in Afghanistan, and he has been highly, highly sought after by U.S. intelligence officials, by U.S. government officials, officials in the European intelligence communities as well, have worked a very long time to get this individual. Of course, there he is pictured with Osama bin Laden. And so we are in live breaking news coverage. Live Now look back at the White House. Like I said, we are expecting President Biden to be speaking at 4:30 Pacific, 7:30 Eastern on this major get. Joining us now, we have, and we're going to be bringing in national security expert Hal Kempfer to kind of walk us through this. So we're going to work on getting him. We are going to be speaking with him about the significance of this very, very highly targeted asset that was taken out by U.S. officials over the weekend. That's according to Fox sources. All right, Andrew Kraft back here. It's about 2:45 here on the West Coast, 5:45 there in the nation's capital as we await President Biden, who's going to be making this major announcement today. And remember, I had been saying that this is coming on the heels of the one-year anniversary of the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan and the fall of Kabul to the Taliban. The Taliban has now ruled the country of Afghanistan for almost a year, and the withdrawal happened on August the 31st of last year. These are all interconnected. These are all interrelated, and we're being joined right now via Zoom. Friend of the program, national security expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, you and I just got off the phone. This is very significant. You had been saying that you were pleased. Many are going to be pleased in both the military and intelligence fields today, knowing al-Zawahiri is gone and is gotten. All right, Hal, I think we don't have your audio, unfortunately, here. We're going to work on getting that. We're going to get some help. Back out live to the White House as we await Hal Kempfer's expertise, and he provides so much. We were talking to him just last year extensively when Kabul fell. We're going to work on getting Hal's audio here. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back with more. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. On this Monday afternoon, this is Andrew Kraft here. The United States conducted a successful counterterrorism operation against a significant al-Qaeda target. And there you are seeing him. That's a photo of him, Ayman al-Zawahiri, in Afghanistan over the weekend. Of course, yet another photo that we have pictured here with Osama bin Laden. Now, President Biden will make an announcement tonight, 7:30 p.m. Eastern, to address the nation from the White House on this significant operation that took out this key leader of al-Qaeda. Joining me now to discuss this even further is national security expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, let's try this again. We got your audio working. What does this mean, especially for the war on terror? 20 years of counterterrorism operations, and the United States finally got Zawahiri.
Andrew, this is a big victory. It's a strategic victory. Ayman al-Zawahiri was bin Laden's number 2 forever until bin Laden was killed, in which case he became elevated to number 1. He always was, we used to say that that Bin Laden was kind of the face of Al Qaeda, and Zawahiri was kind of the brains, if you will. He was kind of behind the scenes. When he was elevated to number one, he became the face of Al Qaeda, but he just lacked the charisma, if you will, that Bin Laden had. He would do audio tapes and videos, but he just wasn't as strong, or I should say, as persuasive as a leader of that movement, which, from a counterterrorism perspective, is a good thing. However, he was also somewhat mercurial in ways, and part of that was the rise of ISIS. That was part of the disagreement he had with al-Baghdadi, where Zawahiri wanted Baghdadi and the Al-Qaeda in Iraq movement to stay very subservient to him personally and to the global Al-Qaeda movement. And of course, al-Baghdadi went a completely different direction, stood up ISIS, and of course, ISIS eventually took a lot of territory, announced that ISIS was a caliphate, and of course put ISIS in direct competition, in many cases in direct conflict with Al-Qaeda. And a lot of that was due to Zawahiri's, I don't know if you want to say leadership skills, but the way he did things. That he is still he's the number one, strategically speaking, for Al-Qaeda. He is the number one target. He was that problem, if you will, that remaining part of the original Al-Qaeda structure, that unresolved business, if you will, was taken out Zawahiri. And now he's finally been taken out. I can only guess at the intelligence that led to this drone strike, but let's just say that there's a lot of work as obviously as a retired military intelligence officer. I have a foot in two different camps on this, and I can tell you there's a lot of good feelings throughout the intelligence community that we finally got him, but also in the military community as well, because he's responsible for so many deaths and injuries all over, not just in Afghanistan, not just in Iraq, but other countries as well. And of course, we've seen Al-Qaeda grow into a much larger movement than when it originally started, far beyond Afghanistan. Of course, 9/11 hitting our shores, but also in North Africa and elsewhere.
Yeah. Hal, Bin Laden was gotten in that daring raid back in May of 2011, 11 years ago. Why did it take so long to get him? Where has he been? Why has he evaded, our intelligence for so long?
Well, I don't have a lot of information on this.
Sure.
I'll find out more when it's announced.
Definitely.
But obviously, he probably did the same thing that Bin Laden did, which is, I'm assuming he went, dare I say, analog. One of the ways that they avoid getting picked up by a lot of our intelligence capabilities is to simply not be connected in any way. Don't use cell phones. Don't be connected on the internet. Don't do anything. Try to remain very analog. If you look at what Bin Laden did, he had a system of couriers. And it was eventually by tracking down these physical couriers that they were able to track it back to where he was hiding out in Pakistan. I have a feeling that there was a lot of things are being done. But the other thing to realize, too, is that Zawahiri has been running, underground, if you will, staying off the grid for a very, very long time. And it's difficult to try and run a global organization. And in this case, he's surely been trying to reinvigorate the Al-Qaeda brand without doing things that might pop up on the radar, if you will. And I would guess that he was probably doing something where it popped up on the intelligence grid, if you will, of something he was doing. I don't know whether it was online or it was people he was interacting with, or there was something where they just noticed something in imagery, an anomaly, and were able to track it down and get some confirmatory information on it. I'm not sure what it is, but over a period of time, even someone working in a clandestine world will slip up. Nobody's perfect. Everybody makes mistakes.
Well, that's a very good point.
With the weight of not just our intelligence community, but you got NATO, you got a lot of other countries that have been looking to take out Zawahiri. That combined network, it's really tough for someone to stay off the grid. I've been expecting this for some time.
Okay.
I think a lot of things, not the least of which, all the problems that you mentioned earlier with the withdrawal from Afghanistan, probably masked some of the activities we were doing.
Okay, and we're going to get to that very, very soon here. But we might not find out, how they did come to locate him, to take him out. Of course, intelligence sources want to protect, methods and sources there, and for security reasons. So we might not, glean really the key facets of this operation over the weekend. So there has been a $25 million bounty on his head since 2001. In addition, like you said, to planning 9/11, he was also instrumental in planning other high-profile key terrorist attacks that were just so horrible, including the 2000 attack on the USS Cole that killed 17 American sailors in Yemen. He also played a role in the August 1998 bombings of the U.S. embassies in both Kenya and Tanzania that killed 224 people. Hal, let's talk about how he planned 9/11. We're coming up on the 21st anniversary, and let's take the 30,000-foot view, as we always do here, with you. We're coming up on the one-year fall of Kabul and the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. That was a key concern from so many critics of the withdrawal, that if there was going to be no U.S. presence there at all, terror cells like Al-Qaeda, like ISIS-K, will fester and will grow. Is that what we're seeing?
Well, they probably will. There's nothing really that restrains them on the ground. That's a real problem. And the Taliban, interestingly, the Taliban, which, the U.S. went into Afghanistan because they wouldn't hand over bin Laden, and they wouldn't basically hand over the Al-Qaeda network after 9/11. They decided to protect them, which is customarily something that is seen in certainly South Asia, Central Asia, and the Middle East. That's a very common thing. But with that, that got the U.S. and NATO into Afghanistan, eventually led to bin Laden being killed, but also led to that schism that spawned ISIS. And interestingly, within Afghanistan, whereas Al-Qaeda is still nominally tied to the Taliban, ISIS and the Taliban are fierce competitors, and ISIS there wants to take over control of Afghanistan. So actually, it was part of this legacy, if you will, part of this stream that went on, which is now poses the existential threat to the Taliban, and indirectly an existential threat to Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. However, with that said, it's very likely that there were things that we were monitoring very closely, even as we were leaving, even after we left, which may have eventually provided enough confirmation that Zawahiri was where he was located. One thing that a little bit of difference between Afghanistan and Pakistan, one of the reasons they sent in SEAL Team 6 to do a physical raid was the concern of collateral damage in an urban area in Pakistan. I'm assuming, based on what little we know, that they probably didn't have that same concern with Afghanistan. May not have been in an urban area, may not have been in an area where they had that much concern about collateral damage, and so they went with the drone strike. But certainly my recollection was drone strike or an airstrike was an option they had considered for taking out bin Laden too, which was about 11 years ago.
Yeah, so we're learning from these senior administration officials that the operation was successful and there were no civilian casualties in this drone strike. Hal, you and I have talked before about, both the Trump administration and the Biden administration as they, took out, key senior leaders in, ISIS, in Al-Qaeda, and so on and so forth. But like you and I have talked about, you take out one, but there's someone waiting in the wings, or there's multiple people waiting in the wings, and they just fill that role. They replace whoever was killed. Are we going to see that here?
Well, we'll see somebody fill that position. Somebody will rise up to fill the position, but they won't be Zawahiri. And you know, you can't take away from the fact that this guy was doing this for over 25 years. He was there with bin Laden. He was there at the very beginning. As you mentioned, he was there with the attack on the USS Cole. He was there with the attack on the U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania. Obviously 9/11 and numerous other things that he was involved with. You know, he was, some say he was the operational planner. Some of the times these things are kind of thrown out there a little bit more broadly, but he was actually kind of the more nuts and bolts guy, if you will, of Al-Qaeda, the more operational manager guy. And bin Laden was more the visionary, almost like in some ways a spiritual leader, if you will, of Al-Qaeda. And so the operational manager guy is who eventually took over. So he'll be difficult to replace just because of his experience and knowledge. You know, I want to say something. We used to, in the war on drugs, we have what we call kingpin operations, where we take out leaders of major cartels, and there'll always be someone who rises up to take over. But a lot of times they don't have the same skills, ability, knowledge, certainly their own personal network as the person who was taken out. And I think you're going to see that same issue with Al-Qaeda. They already were having a lot of problems. They have this huge competition going back and forth with ISIS. They've had a lot of challenges in places where they've tried to move into different areas of the world. And they're going to have a very difficult time without Zawahiri being there to basically reconstitute or to expand Al-Qaeda operations. I think we should take this as a true strategic blow to Al-Qaeda, and also whoever rises up, they also may be a little less skilled at the clandestine art. So maybe we'll pick up on them. And we've seen, certainly we saw with al-Baghdadi and ISIS, that those who came up after him, we didn't have to look as long or as hard to find them. And we've seen some of that with Al-Qaeda as well. We take out one person, the other person rises up, but they're just not as skilled at staying off the radar. And we pick up on them, and we're able to basically do personnel turnover, if you will, a lot faster. And that's kind of what we hope with Al-Qaeda, with Zawahiri being out of the picture.
Okay, and we have, and we thank Hal Kempfer there. We're going to keep him on the line. We're going to keep with this story here. I'm Andrew Crafty. For just joining us, it's a little bit after the top of the 3 o'clock hour, a little bit after 6 o'clock on the East Coast. Live Now look there at the White House, where we're expecting remarks from President Biden at about 7:30 Eastern, as he's going to make this a really incredible announcement that over the weekend, the United States conducted a counterterrorism operation against the significant al-Qaeda target in Afghanistan. Of course, that is Ayman al-Zawahiri. And this has been on the radar for so many, both in the U.S. government and the U.S. military, for upwards of 25 years. He's been on the FBI's most wanted terrorist list, I believe, since 2001, post 9/11, a $25 million bounty on his head. And we have that famous FBI most wanted poster here that so many have known for so long. And now he is no longer, because of a CIA drone strike. And so we're going to keep with this story here. Like I said, we're going to be getting a lot of reaction, especially from lawmakers, especially from national security experts and officials on Twitter as well. So we'll bring you a lot of that reaction. But this is quite significant. Like I said, President Biden will be speaking. We're not entirely sure the format, you'll remember, because he is still in COVID-19 quarantine and isolation, because he tested positive yet again over the weekend. A rebound case is what medical professionals are calling it, especially after taking a Paxlovid regimen. So we're going to step away from this story. We have a lot more stories left on this Monday, including a lot of updates that happened over the weekend as well. Hope you had a good weekend. Like I said, we're going to be showing you President Biden's remarks live at 7:30 Eastern as he tells the nation about this major announcement. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft. We have been reporting. We want to move on to some of these other top headlines on this Monday. We've been reporting throughout the last week about the deadly floods in eastern Kentucky. The death toll now at 35 as these communities are forever changed because of such extreme weather that has hit them. We heard from Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear as he updated his constituents, as he updated his residents about what the recovery is going to look like in the next couple of days. But he was candid. He said there are still possibly many more people missing. Let's hear from Kentucky Governor Beshear from earlier today.
3 of the hardest hit communities. Important to see it firsthand, to hear about the specific needs, and to react in real time. In fact, we were able to connect one healthcare organization that showed up at one of our facilities with needs with another that is going to help them meet those needs. So we started out at the Perry County Emergency Operations Center in their courthouse. An opportunity to meet with their emergency director, Director Stacy, as well as the county judge, the mayor, and a number of the other local officials that are responding. This is right outside of their courthouse. That's the mayor of Hazard on the far left. A lot of people that are working day and night, and greatly appreciate their leadership. Then we were able to go over to an emergency shelter at West Perry Elementary in Hazard. You want something in the midst of the darkness that is an incredible ray of light. Virtually every person, I think, in this county who didn't have their house wiped out, and some who did, were here helping. An amazing, enormous operation. There had to be 100+ volunteers filling people's cars up as they came through, giving them hot food to eat. Baby formula to make sure that everybody had what they needed. This is the superintendent who's opened up the school in the black hat, who was, working his hardest to make sure that everybody is taken care of. A enormous thanks to the educators and everybody else who came in to do this. You know, when Mr. Rogers says, look for the helpers, These are the helpers. And now that we can reach many of these areas, the donations, the food, the water are flooding in. I mean, this school is filled with supplies that are going to help people. They had one whole area of intake just for supplies. Then you know what they had? They had personalized helpers to go around with each family coming in just to help them navigate in the midst of the chaos. Got to talk to some of the families here and the other places too. They don't have anything. I mean, the clothes on their back, but happy to be alive and grateful for the folks that are helping out. Right before I left, I talked to the principal of one of the elementary schools who was away, was able to get to his house and had to pull his kids out of a second-story window. Again, they feel blessed to be here. They had family members picking up supplies from here. Perry County hit hard. Then we went down to Knott County. It is really hard to describe the devastation there. First, we went to the Knott County Sportsplex, where we had a briefing with local officials, volunteers, and their families. This is just outside. Again, people driving up and getting supplies, but you go inside and mountains of clothes. And I got to tell you, it's tough to watch people sorting through clothes, trying to find the size that fits their family members when they have absolutely nothing. But just looking at folks taking down people's information, now they've heard that FEMA's going to offer individual assistance to make sure that nobody gets left behind. This is the judge right next to me. The mayor is in I guess that's kind of salmon-colored shirt. You got the state senator and the magistrate that are here as well. Fish and Wildlife, got a chance to thank them for all those rescues, and they're the ones finding most of the bodies. So make sure they're taking care of themselves. And then we drove down one of the worst hit areas with the judge. And oh, wait, this is a church on the way out that set up yet another a place where people can get help. The fire department's grilling out right there next to it. There are so many supplies inside. They are accepting everything but clothes. They want to make sure that they are getting water, formula, diapers, all the rest. This is faith in action. And there was a Boy Scout troop from Winchester that had just shown up that they didn't know was coming, that was helping out inside. But then we went down one of the hardest hit areas. It's really hard to describe. I don't know if we have a couple of photos of it, but I mean, houses swept away for miles. They don't know where some parts of people's houses are. Schools, both in Perry and in Knott County, just ruined. And it's going to take millions of dollars to ultimately repair. Even drove by and got out of the site where those 4 kids were swept away. I've had to do a lot of things that are hard as governor, and that was certainly one of the hardest. And then we headed up to Letcher County, where Letcher was one of the hardest areas to get to. And one of the areas where, because people couldn't get to them, they had set up their own emergency operation, again, trying to help people out, a room full of educators and volunteers helping other people. Got to talk in their emergency operations center. Harlan has set up their road crews, their emergency operations team. Their judge was there too, helping out. And then last thing, we were on the ground. Oh, geez. Virtually all the day, was a visit in Whitesburg to a neighborhood with people I know who'd lost everything and had to strip their entire house and put it on the front. As you look down in this neighborhood, everything is ruined, every single thing inside the house, and they're pulling it all out in front because of the mold. I mean, this woman standing next to me was in somebody else's house helping when we showed up, and she walked me down to hers, and there's nothing left. But she got her daughter out, and her daughter's younger than mine, but all the same toys, just gone. Those are her, just wiped out. There's a mayor in the back in the blue there again, helping to, this whole neighborhood had to be rescued, and it was only them, right? Nobody else could get there. So it was them in kayaks. There was a kid who the water got so high could use a jet ski that they had that was driving around up on top of people's porches to get them out. But let me tell you, these are incredibly strong people, and they were all helping each other out, all up and down the street, even as all their possessions were gone. So another couple tough updates this morning. First, we can now confirm that we have lost 30 Kentuckians to this flooding, and that's going to grow. We know about additional bodies beyond these 30 confirmed. They break down as 7 in Breathitt, 2 in Clay, 16 in Knott, 2 in Letcher, and 3 in Perry. If things weren't hard enough on the people of this region, they're getting rain right now. Right now, though it's ending real soon, Floyd, McGoffin, Knott, and Pike have been under a flash flood warning that is ending soon. But there is severe storm potential today in all of the impacted areas. That is just not right. Most risk is on the northernmost part of the impacted area, but it is very unstable weather, and it could be even up to an inch. Just as concerning, high wind. You think about how saturated the ground has been. It could knock over poles. It could knock over trees. So people need to be careful. And it's even going to get tougher when the rain stops. It's going to get really hot, and we need to make sure people are ultimately stable by that point in time. All right, as of just a few minutes ago, 12,492 people without power. This has been a Herculean effort by those working to restore power. Remember that at one point at the EOC was above 24,000. I actually think we got close to.
Okay, so this is Andrew Kraft back here. We've been listening into all the updates from Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear as his state is going through horrible and historic flooding in the eastern part of Kentucky. And so we'll be staying on top of this story. We want to put up a tweet from Kentucky Governor Beshear. He says, "We are ending the day with more heartbreaking news out of eastern Kentucky. We could confirm the death toll has now risen to 37, with so many more still missing. Let us pray for these families and come together to wrap our arms around our fellow Kentuckians." Okay, so 37, that is now the death toll in these eastern Kentucky floods. And we'll keep you up to date if there are any more developments to this significant extreme weather event. We want to, though, move on to some of these other top headlines on this Monday afternoon. We're going to go out now to Fox 9's Paul Bloom, live for us in Minneapolis, with an update on this horrible stabbing incident on the Apple River in Somerset, Wisconsin over the weekend. Paul, what do we know about this story?
Well, Andrew, good evening. Thank you for having us on. We're actually over here across the river, neighboring Wisconsin. We're in Hudson, Wisconsin, the St. Croix County Courthouse behind me. This is where earlier today this stabbing suspect made his first court appearance. He's a 52-year-old man from the other side of the river in Prior Lake, Minnesota. It's a southern suburb of Minneapolis. And there was this incident that unfolded on the Apple River. It's a popular river over here in Wisconsin that families come and tube down. During the summer, there's some light rapids. You bring inflatable tubes and you flow down the river. Well, apparently we learned today that there was some type of confrontation Saturday afternoon, broad daylight. The defendant here, Nicholas Mayu, claims that he was basically attacked, that he had his goggles on and was snorkeling looking for a lost cell phone when he encountered a group of late teenagers, early 20-somethings, a couple of them armed with knives, who were calling him a child molester. He told authorities, according to charging documents, that he feared for his life, calling it a case of self-defense.
In count one, you've been charged with first-degree intentional homicide. That is a Class A felony. Upon conviction, you face a sentence of life imprisonment.
Nikolai Miu made his initial court appearance via video hookup from the St. Croix County Jail in Hudson, Wisconsin. That is where he has been locked up since Saturday's deadly knife encounter with a group of tubers along the Apple River. Miu, 52 years old, of Prior Lake, Minnesota, charged with 5 counts here. His cash bond set at $1 million Monday. Authorities report Miu injured 4 and killed 1. 17-year-old Isaac Schumann of nearby Stillwater, as investigators continue to try to sort through several different versions of events.
One of the investigators is over at Regions today, still attempting to do follow-ups and interview people, and because of some of the injuries, we've not been able to even complete one of those.
With one of Miu's alleged victims observing court proceedings while hooked up to medical tubes in her own hospital bed video feed, Miu's attorney argued there is more to this story.
This is a case where something went wrong in the encounter on the river and escalated.
Miu, an engineer with no criminal record to speak of, claimed self-defense in an apparent interview with investigators quoted in court charging documents. He claimed he was using a snorkel and goggles in the popular Tubing River, looking for a friend's cell phone. That's when there was a confrontation with some younger tubers who apparently thought he was acting, quote, shady. Words were exchanged, fighting escalated. Miu is then seen in bystander cell phone video swinging what was described as about a 3-inch knife. Fox 9 obtaining these images of his arrest at Village Park near the river's tubing exit point in Somerset.
And Andrew, I had a chance to speak to the young man's family who was killed on the river. They're absolutely shattered. He's a local high school junior to be, a bright, bright future. He's an entrepreneur launching his own car and boating detailing business here in one of the riverfront communities. So a whole lot of sadness there. They're making funeral arrangements. Meantime, the defendant here, as you heard from the judge, is looking at life in prison if convicted on that top intentional murder count. So a lot to play out here at the St. Croix County Courthouse in Hudson, Wisconsin.
Yeah, Paul, I mean, when you go tubing in the summer on one of these lakes and rivers in the Midwest, you don't expect something so horrible, so bizarre to happen. That 17-year-old losing his life in this stabbing incident. Paul Bloom with Fox 9 Minneapolis. We'll speak to you if there are any more updates in this case. Thanks so much.
You got it. Thank you.
Okay, so we wanted to give you updates on that story. That happened over the weekend. A lot happened over the weekend. We'll be bringing you that a little bit later on tonight. Let's just go around to some of these live looks that we have from around the country. Here on the Senate floor, we have a live now look inside. We also have a live now look outside there at the U.S. Capitol. We'll be talking about especially Speaker Pelosi's congressional delegation and trip to Asia. Will she or won't she step down and land in Taiwan? There has been some reporting from other outlets that she will, in fact, do that. That's according to the Taiwanese side, who is saying that. No one from the U.S. side is saying that, but we'll be breaking that down a little bit later tonight about will she or won't she go to Taiwan on this Asia trip. Also, live now look there at the White House at the moment. We're expecting in about an hour's time President Biden to speak to the nation as he announces and tells us all about this major drone strike that killed Al-Qaeda's number 2, Ayman al-Zawahiri, one of the architects and masterminds of the 9/11 terror attacks and so many other terror attacks, killed over the weekend. So we'll have an update on that. We'll also, like I said before we spoke to Paul Bloom, be bringing you a lot of these extreme weather events and updates, not only with the horrible flooding going on in eastern Kentucky that has now claimed the lives of 37 people, many more people missing, but also in St. Louis, Missouri, and the surrounding suburbs there, as they experienced really terrible flooding as well just last week, and it hasn't let up. So we'll have more on that after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're going to go to another part of the country that is experiencing really devastating flooding as well. That's parts of Missouri, especially around the city of St. Louis. We heard from Missouri Governor Parson today as he was updating his residents and his constituents about what the response is going to look like in Missouri. Let's play out some of that for you from earlier today.
All right, Governor, whenever you're ready. All right. I will let Governor kick it off, and then we'll take several questions afterwards.
Jim, come on up. You got some blanks wherever you want to.
All right, first of all, I want to thank everybody for being here today. We had some good meetings upstairs, kind of explaining the format of what will be happening in the next several days as far as the process goes, as far as the declaration goes on the federal delegation. We were here to be able to brief some of the legislators that were here today, kind of from the state level and from FEMA, and to making sure we're trying to get the message to the people that are involved in this. I first want to just say thanks to St. Louis County, the cities up in this region of the state for the actions they've taken during this most difficult time, and for the most part have did an excellent job of working together. I think there was high praises for a lot of the emergency personnel that was out there, especially on that first day when they were doing rescues that were out there. So a lot of the emergency personnel, we want to make sure and thank them. I want to thank the local governments for doing their part, being out trying to take care of the citizens that are out there, the legislators for making sure they're reaching out, trying to get information to the citizens of this area. So a couple of key points that I want to point out, because everybody's one of the main subjects is when is the declaration going to go forward? The declaration has been on time since the beginning. It has worked like all the other declarations we've done in the state. When we had the floods in the northern part of the state, when we had the tornadoes, when we had the derailment, different kinds of emergency personnel, the format we're using is the same we've used before. The timing is the same also. I know there was something brought up about Kentucky, about FEMA being in Kentucky before they were in Missouri. That was a different declaration that they asked for in Kentucky. What they asked for in Kentucky was people to come help, first responders. So I think that's important that we make sure people get a clarification on that, is why they were there. So other states did respond to that declaration and sent people on the ground to Kentucky, which was over a 5-county area of total devastation. So our declaration is on time. We hope to be able to submit that by Wednesday. I believe we will send it to Wednesday. FEMA then will send that to the president, and hopefully those declarations will be back in the near future. FEMA is on the ground today. They're doing assessments, and that is the most important thing right now that we need to get completed, is the assessment to make sure we don't leave anybody out, to make sure we have the total numbers of what we feel like that damage was. Right now we're over the threshold of damage to make sure that the declaration, so we assume that will be approved once that process starts. And then once that happens, then there'll be people on the ground through FEMA, and they can clarify that. I know we have a representative here from FEMA that will start that process of meeting with individuals once the declaration has been approved. They will be on the ground in a very short time, and that process will start for individual claims along with the public claims. So there's two different pools of money that you'll be talking about, one on the infrastructure on the public sector, and then you'll have the private sector where it's private individuals, and those should be taking place. So right now, everything is on time to be able to deal with this in the future. We all know this is unprecedented rain that we got, but still some different things have come to the forefront that we may be able to do. I will also say the state, for their part, and to the legislators, I want to thank them that was part of that, and many of them are here today. We made one of the largest investments in stormwater damage in our state's history this year in the budget. So if it can come about to where we can use FEMA dollars and state dollars, that'll be a good day for a lot of Missourians. So, but all those things are yet to come. So that's where we're at today, and to be here and kind of assess the damage myself while I'm here today. So with that, Kelly, I think we can open up for questions. I know SEMA's here, and FEMA, if you have direct questions to them, if you would maybe do the questions you want to ask with me first, and then we can switch over to SEMA and FEMA if that's what you like.
We have time to take a handful, so we'll just take turns. So who'd like to go first? Governor, can you speak to this, showing the presence here, that this is for residents that help us on the way, reassuring that residents and businesses?
Yeah, most certainly, and I think everything's on time. It won't be quick enough, and I think that's important to make sure people don't get too much of an expectation of how quick things will happen. But yeah, they're on the ground today doing assessments here, and then I think once that declaration signed, you'll see people on the ground where the everyday citizen can go in there and say, hey, here's what I've lost, or here's what my problems are, or what my needs are, and they'll assess that right away. That should not be a monthly process. That should be hopefully within days or weeks. But again, I don't want to make sure anybody any false hope.
Nuts and bolts. Somebody living down there, if they apply after you get the declaration, what could they get in return?
Well, they'll analyze that. They'll go into that office and say whether it be furniture, whether it be a house, whatever it might be on the personal sale, and then they will evaluate that, and then that's how they assess the evaluation of what they get.
In other words, would they get cash or a low-interest loan? What would they get monetarily?
Well, I'll let FEMA speak to that, because that's really more where they should be speaking. But SBA will be on the ground too, so there'll be things of that nature. And then again, there's two different pools of money, but I would rather FEMA really answer those questions for you, be more direct on that.
Governor's reaction, seeing some of the images of that flooding, seeing, of course, the piles of people's belongings. What's your initial reaction to all that?
Well, I think, unfortunately, I've been to too many of these since I've been governor, because you had the devastating floods up in northern Missouri that we had where whole towns were engulfed for days before it would come down. I think when you look at the tornadoes, all the things we've dealt with in the state, it's never a good sight to go into these. But I will tell you, again, it's about picking up the pieces now. And it's about us making sure we have all the tools we can to help people get back on their feet. And I think that's a priority that we all agree on that's standing here today. So that's the process we're going through right now.
You dealt with drought last week. This week you're dealing with floods.
Yeah. Well, it seems like a lot of times it's a first for me when I do things. But we just did a drought declaration last week, and a few days later we're doing a flood declaration. So it's very unusual. But in fairness, this was such an unusual amount of rainfall that hit this particular area in that short of time period. But those things happen, and we got to deal with them. Nobody has control over Mother Nature. So again, it's about how fast we get the services out here. And I think it's more important, how do we support the local councilmen? How do we support the local communities, the mayors and the cities? And I think, again, that's where I got to rely on the legislators to do their part, to help us and give us guidance. So we're here to help.
Will you be making an endorsement in the Missouri Senate race?
No. I've already voted on the Missouri Senate race, so I'm good. Uh-huh. Yeah, again, that'll be a good thing. I'm going to let Jim answer that question, FEMA both. I know on our website, the governor's website, they can go directly to it. They'll see what that process is, what numbers to call, if they have the ability to make a call, what internets to go to, if they can get to the internet. But I think also our community resources, where our faith-based community, our community centers, the local levels, they need to reach out to them. That information is available for anybody. We just got to make sure we get it to them. And I think the other thing we talked about, we'll have people going in the areas. I think on the ground they're going to start like this week too, to go in the areas to help those people at different times in different events in different cities, to be able for people to come in and see them, where they can walk in and talk to a person too, if they don't have the capabilities to do it over the internet.
They probably don't know
that.
Do you
see these reoccurring extreme weather events as a sign of climate change, and that we need to do more proactively than reactively?
You know what? I know that argument's out there all the time. It's a political argument, but look, we've had floods in Missouri for many years. We've had droughts in Missouri for many years. When you look back on it, I think that's who we are in Missouri. But I think again, there's going to be more droughts. There's going to be more floods. It's just a history of who we are in this state and where we live on that. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Thank you. Yep. Let's get FEMA.
All right. Thank you, Governor. So as the governor said, our state and local partners have been very proactive in doing the initial assessments so that they can make sure that they have the information to us in a very timely way. So we got the request to come do joint public damage assessments, which we are on the ground as of today doing. So we're going to every single neighborhood that those local emergency managers have identified as impacted by the flooding. So we were in Ellendale this morning. We were right here in University City today, making sure that we are documenting and capturing all of the damage to individual households. So We saw flooded homes. We saw flooded basements. So we also have public damage assessment teams looking at public infrastructure. So that's your buildings, your fire station, your roads. So we're compiling all of that information along with our state and local partners so that the governor can submit his disaster request. And once we receive that, we'll make sure that we act in a very fast way to make sure that we have thoroughly vetted that and get it up to the president once we've determined those meet the threshold. So we've been working with the state and local partners since this event happened, early morning hours, making sure that we're moving just as fast as we can alongside our state partners.
In layman's terms, what can the victim get? Will it be a check? Will it be a low-interest loan? Tell us about the financials.
Sure. So assuming that a disaster declaration would be declared for the individual assistance program. So there's two programs, the individual assistance program, that's actually money to individuals. So that's something where for those uninsured losses, so unmet needs, uninsured losses, that they can submit documentation and FEMA can help them work through the process. That might be temporary rental assistance. There's a whole myriad of things. If their car was uninsured, they qualify under the program, then they might be able to be eligible for those funds. So that is money to individuals.
Can you, first off, can you say your first and last name? And then my question for you is, you said you're working on this fast. If it is declared, how fast are we talking about? Are we talking about next week, next month? What's the timeline?
Right. So my name is Andrea Spillers. I'm the Region 7 Regional Administrator for FEMA. So assuming that we get the disaster declaration, our goal is to have a disaster recovery center within days. So we will be back on site to make sure that we've opened up a facility where people can actually come to us and show us their loss, register to be eligible for individual assistance.
And if it gets submitted by the state by Wednesday, what is the reasonable turnaround on when that could start?
So our goal is to turn that around extremely quickly. We know that people are hurting, they're in need. So we're going to, once we get that request from the governor, we're going to turn that around within very quickly, very quickly.
For all people that lost their cars and don't have transportation to their jobs or wherever they have to go, are y'all working with the Metro bus service in order to get funds for bus passes or something, some kind of local transportation immediately so they don't lose their jobs?
So I would recommend that either our state partners, your local folks that are on the ground right now, have the capacity and the ability to meet those very immediate needs now. So your local faith-based organizations, your local volunteer organizations, through 211, United Way, Red Cross. So those are the individuals that we work with and that are right here in your community right now. So I would just encourage folks who are in need immediately and now to reach out to those agencies.
And just to be clear, FEMA only covers uninsured damages. Like if I have insurance on my house, it's between me and the insurance company, and FEMA doesn't enter into it.
That's right. It's uninsured loss. Yes.
I think do you have a list of people that they can go to immediately to find those places for transportation? You have a list on the website somewhere where they can go to those faith-based organizations?
Yeah.
Some of it can go to recovery.mo.gov and it'll list some information on there. Recovery.mo.gov.
Is there a difference from FEMA's perspective when it's a flash flood situation like this, a lot of that coming out from the sewer system, versus some of the river flooding that we've seen in our region in years past? Is there a difference there, or is it all kind of the same?
So we're looking at damage to properties, damage to people. So the water comes in, it's destroyed their furniture. We're not necessarily concerned why that water is there, only that they have a need that's unmet and whether they qualify for the program.
And thank you, Andrew. We're going to get Jim, real quickly. We'll let Stephen. All right. Any questions for Stephen?
What's the dollar amount threshold that the state needed to reach in order to get the federal declaration?
And my name is Jim Remillard. I'm the State Emergency Management Director, and it's right at $10 million. Public infrastructure damage.
That doesn't even count personal loss.
No, ma'am.
So we're talking way higher than 10 million, I think.
So when Bi-State, for instance, says that they may have $18 million in damage, that we're talking about that as well.
Correct. It will be in the determination from the federal government if it's eligible, and they're in the process of that now.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
Well, I mean, as FEMA, obviously, as we wait for FEMA, you guys are doing stuff right now. Is there something that you would want the public to know about access and availability right at this moment so we get that FEMA declaration?
I would encourage them to continue communicating with their local officials, their emergency management officials locally, the county government. So we have had damage from Montgomery County, St. Charles County, St. Louis County, and St. Louis City. Those agencies all have services and resources available to the public, and I would encourage the communities to still continue communicating with those so we can get them the resources.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it, Governor.
Thank you. Always
so
good
much.
to see you.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you. Thank you, Jim.
Okay, that was the Missouri Governor Mike Parson there speaking with officials in St. Louis, Missouri, as they have experienced a lot of historic flooding as well over the last week. He's asking federal authorities now for assistance, FEMA coming in to assist with the recovery there. So we'll keep you updated on a number of these extreme weather stories and events that we have been bringing to you here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll have an update on one of these major January 6 cases, a defendant who was there at the Capitol riot that day has just been sentenced. So we'll have all of that and more when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Another key development in so many of these cases and trials for hundreds of defendants that were there on January 6th that were participating in the Capitol riot, one of which has been sentenced today. That's Guy Reffitt, sentenced to over 7 years in prison for his role there. There are photos of him with a helmet, GoPro attached. You can see he's wearing body armor as well. Well, that prison sentence of 7 years is the longest prison sentence given so far for anyone who was arrested and up on trial for their role in the January 6th Capitol riot. So this is quite significant. Live Now look at the U.S. Capitol. We're going to hear from family members of Reffitt's, including his wife, including his daughters, and then we're going to hear as well from his attorney, I believe, after the sentencing was handed down today in Washington, D.C. He's from Texas. Guy Reffitt sentenced to over 7 years in prison for his part in the January 6th Capitol riot. Let's listen in to some of his family members reacting to the sentence just earlier today.
We really didn't expect anything more from a two-tier justice system here in the D.C. area. There's not going to be a 1/6er that will not be persecuted for their political ideology. No matter if you're a liberal, if you're an independent, if you're a Republican, this is not okay. The way that people protest in the future will be determined on their political ideology if it's okay to charge them or not charge them. There were many things that happened over the course of 2020 that is not exactly, the scales of justice here got tipped just a little bit too far. We are a proud people. There are many ways that the American people can find out more about what is happening to the 1/6ers. You can go to the Patriot Freedom Project. There's truth.org, Help Stop Hate, Citizens Against Political Persecution, because this is what this is political persecution. We are patriots. God was a patriot that day. He will always be a patriot. And he's a loving husband. He's a loving father. He's a man of integrity. And he went that day because the United States is the last great stand we have. And if we allow our country to keep being driven into the ground by the corrupt, evil politicians here in this city, then one day at your kitchen table, FBI is going to come in and tell you that you stood up at the school board meeting and you are now a domestic terrorist. So wake up, America. This isn't just about Guy Wesley Ruffett. This isn't about just 1/6. This is about our liberties being stomped on. And please go to these different sites and find the truth out about what happened on 1/6. Release all the videos. Release every email. Release every text. The American people deserve to have, they have the right to know what happened that day. Thank you.
Nicole, are you just saying this though for fundraising? Because even your husband in the sentencing hearing said that his past comments about the Justice for J6 movement, that he essentially took all that back and that it was all, a ruse to get fundraising for your family.
Well, Guy has always wanted to make sure that we were going to be able to have a roof over our heads. I was a stay-at-home mother for 17 years, and that was a job I took seriously. And what Guy said under duress in there is one thing. That is completely true.
He was never political until he was in love.
Nicole, you're saying that he didn't, that it's not true in there, that he wasn't doing those things to raise money for you guys?
He didn't say those things just to raise money for us. He said those things because he believed them. Just because he wants to be persecuted because of his ideology and he had to backtrack in order to hope that the judge showed him some mercy. Yes.
Well, that's, you're speaking.
He said he regretted what he did, though.
I'm sorry?
He said he regretted what he did. He just did.
I do think that he had a lot of regrets about the actions that he did. The things that he did while he was there, I also feel like wasn't really him. He's actually a very peaceful person. He's also somebody that would like to sit down and talk about things. He's not violent. So, of course, him yelling at police officers and acting like that, I personally do not, that is not shown in my father.
Are you glad that he spoke in court today?
I'm glad that I got to hear his voice. I am.
But you're not happy with what he said?
I think that under the level of anxiety that he was under, I believe influenced a lot of his words. I would also like to say that as media, I believe that you owe the American people the right to really what happened that day and not just take it from whatever the clown committee has to say. Because there are people out there that would like to speak about what happened, and they're not getting a chance to. Instead of being a talking head for the DOJ and the DNC, I suggest you do some research yourself and get some stories from real patriots that were there that day. What happened with the police brutality? Ashley Babbitt being murdered by Byrd, he is not a patriot. Ashley Babbitt was a patriot. My husband is a patriot. Roseanne Boylan was a patriot. And all I can say is that y'all can all go to hell and I'm going back to Texas.
Amen. What about you? You want to say something?
I think all Americans in this day and age are indoctrinated by mass media and technology, and I don't think any American is truly free in a land of indoctrination.
How's your relationship with
Hey,
your
Tim.
how are things with your family now?
Oh, well, I mean, Jackson has come over multiple occasions.
We have nothing against Jackson. We have nothing against Jackson.
No, he
Jackson's
has
my
not.
brother. I love him. I love him no more than I love my father. I love my father. I love my family. And American families cannot be divided by indoctrination over us Americans being divided. Americans are not a united country. We are divided, and that is not okay.
Especially
when you said the word said that your father's name was not on the flag.
Because it was Trump's name on the flags. That's what I meant. That's all I meant.
I think it really paints a bigger picture. To mark my dad as this horrible person, and then having him prosecuted like this when somebody is maybe even able to get elected again, doesn't seem right to me.
Trump deserves life in prison if my father's in prison for this long. He's the one.
And we are
Edward
talking about a good
Bernays,
man.
Aldous Huxley, that's where I get my beliefs from. And my parents raised us to be free thinkers and to have our own thought. They did not raise us to a one-pointed point of view.
Okay, so those are the daughters of Guy Reffitt. You heard from his wife as well. Of course, they're very, very emotional reacting to the sentence that was handed down. 7 years in prison for his role in January 6th. We have just some photos of him on that day. He was wearing the helmet. He had the GoPro attached, body armor as well. And so he was arrested and charged, and now he has been sentenced. This is the longest prison sentence given so far for the hundreds of defendants that have been arrested and the countless others who have gone to trial and were convicted. And so you heard there from his wife and his daughters reacting, blaming the media a lot for what has happened there, and also bringing up their brother and son, Jackson Reffitt. Jackson Reffitt, remember we had brought to you at the arrest of Guy Reffitt, was somewhat responsible for leading the FBI to his father. And you heard there from his sister saying they still love him, they are in touch with him, they see him. No doubt this family forever changed by the events of January 6th. We're going to move on to some of these other top headlines on this Monday afternoon. I'm Andrew Kraft. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Monday afternoon. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're coming up on the top of the 4 o'clock hour here out west, almost 7 o'clock there on the East Coast, where we find our next story, because your dream vacation may in fact be a scam. The FBI and Florida's Attorney General are now warning tourists that vacation rental scams are increasing in top travel destinations across the country and hitting Florida especially hard. That is where we find Fox's Caroline Elliott live in Orlando, Florida, with a look at this story. Caroline, what did you learn?
Well, Andrew, we're learning this is really common this summer. And I mean, imagine booking your vacation rental online, driving 10 hours to a Florida beach, getting there, and then realizing your lease agreement is fake. Experts warn tourists are losing thousands of dollars in these scams. Florida beaches draw millions of tourists each year, but the Sunshine State is also dubbed the scam capital of the United States.
I've heard of several incidents where you know, a family is ready for vacationing and they've actually have flown into Miami or they've flown into Fort Lauderdale and then have actually approached the actual property. They've actually knocked on the door and the owner has come out and said, I don't know anything about this.
Cybersecurity experts warn vacation rental scams are flooding Craigslist and Facebook. Some estimating 1 in 5 rental listings are fake.
I would say somewhere around 20%, 25% are probably fraud listings.
And those who fall for them can lose a lot.
We arrived in Panama City around 11:30. And around 4 o'clock, I got ready to message her through Facebook just to let her know that what we were driving and where we were parked at. And that's when she blocked me on Facebook.
Katie Hall scrambled to find a new place to stay with her husband and their 3 boys, but never got their money back.
$1,400 is a lot, and then extra fees on top of that is, you know, more as well.
Even though scams are skyrocketing, there are ways to protect yourself.
Never pay cash, never pay through money order, and never pay through any means that you can never retract that amount of money back. Because that's what they're looking for. They're never going to ask you for a credit card because they know that that's going to get back charged.
And both Craigslist and Facebook have warned people to be careful when surfing the web and asked users to report any suspicious activity. Andrew.
Man, Caroline, I had no idea this was, a phenomenon that is happening, especially with families like the one that you spoke with. It's so sad. Did you talk to your, computer science and scammer expert? Are there really any penalties or punishments that people can go through when they are caught?
Andrew, yeah, we talked with the cybersecurity expert exactly about that. And the issue here is this is extremely hard to track and even harder for FBI, for any law enforcement agency to catch these bad actors. Andrew.
All right, Fox's Caroline Elliott there live for us in Orlando. Caroline, thanks so much. We'll talk again.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, a really interesting story there. We are still in the waning days of summer here, but just so interesting that some people are kind of, I guess, the wool is pulled over their eyes when they are booking some of these vacation rentals. We're going to move on to some of these other stories, though. We're going to stay in Florida. We're going to hear from Vice President Kamala Harris, traveling to Miami today to talk about climate change. We'll also just want to preview yet again, Live Now look from the White House, and in probably the next 30 minutes or so, we're going to be hearing from President Biden making that major announcement about that drone strike that killed Al-Qaeda's number 2 in Afghanistan. We'll be showing you those remarks live as they happen, also bringing in national security experts to break down the significance of this major get by U.S. intelligence and U.S. military agencies. But like I said, let's go out to Vice President Kamala Harris today in Miami, talking about climate change, talking about hurricane preparedness.
Madam Vice President, Mr. Secretary, Madam Administrator, on behalf of my colleagues and myself, welcome to NOAA's National Hurricane Center. We are delighted to have you here today. We're going to take a little bit of time in a few minutes and talk to you about the current status of the hurricane season, as well as talk about some of the climate risks that we are dealing with. And with that, I'd love to turn over the floor to you for opening comments.
Thank you, Doctor. Well, I want to thank the leaders who are here, FEMA, DHS, of course, Mr. Secretary, NOAA, and the National Hurricane Center. You all are doing extraordinary work, such important work. You've dedicated your lives to this work, and our nation needs your leadership right now. All you have to do is turn on the evening news to catch it streaming or live, and one can see how immediate, how current, and how urgent the issue is of addressing the extreme weather that we have been experiencing around the country and the world, frankly, and what we must do as leaders to focus on prevention and to react swiftly as appropriate and necessary, with a priority of saving human life, but also understanding how communities suffer in many ways because of these extreme weather events. So I thank you all for the work that you do. I do believe that elected leaders have a duty to protect our communities, and the President and I believe that includes before, during, and after disaster strikes when it comes to extreme weather as well as other issues. And the climate crisis has, of course, made that duty more important than ever before. When we think of the extreme weather that is impacting our country right now, we are looking at everything from floods to droughts to wildfire, and then, of course, there are hurricanes and then the extreme heat. Many of these are occurring at the exact same time. One need only look at a map of the United States to see the hotspots around our nation and how, as a result of these extreme events, people are suffering. People have died. Children. We are seeing it in terms of families that are displaced, economies that are, without any question, being harmed, and livelihoods with what I fear will be generational impact. So this is, of course, a serious issue. In 2021 alone, if one wants to measure the urgency, but also what we are seeing in terms of the greater frequency of the issue and therefore the increased urgency, in 2021 we count 20 climate disasters that each caused over $1 billion in damage, not to mention the impact to life, compared in the 1990s to 6 such disasters a year. So the frequency has accelerated in a relatively short period of time. I have seen firsthand, of course, as many of you have, the terrible destruction that is a result of these extreme weather conditions. I have visited Puerto Rico right after Hurricane Maria, and of course in my home state of California, I have been at the site of wildfires while embers were still burning. And for all of those reasons, I think we know urgent action is needed, and all leaders must lead. The science is clear. Extreme weather will only get worse, and the climate crisis will only accelerate. Today, we meet to discuss the threats that are on the horizon and how we can protect the people of our nation during extreme weather. Later today, I will announce with the Secretary and with the administrators new investments by our administration to help communities build resilience.
Okay, so it looks like we did have an issue with that feed as it came in earlier, but Vice President Kamala Harris visiting the National Hurricane Center in Miami, Florida, earlier today on her trip to Florida. Talk about the preparedness it takes, especially with FEMA, especially with the Department of Homeland Security, as we are in hurricane season, at least Atlantic hurricane season right now. Let's play out some more of her remarks at a separate event today. She was joined by DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, talking about climate change policies the administration is trying to get through Congress. Remember, that is a key component of the reconciliation bill that just last week, Senator Manchin and Senator Schumer struck that deal on. So she references that in these remarks as well. Let's listen in.
but you hope that at the end of your presentation that you not only share something that people may not know and in that way teach them, but that you help them to feel something. And your words caused all of us to feel something about our mutual commitment. So thank you for that. Outstanding. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. It's good to be with everyone. And I want to just thank all of you for being here and for all that you have done. You know, it is a very challenging time in our country right now on this topic and many others. And it is good to be back in Miami with all of you and with the leaders who are here on the campus of FIU to discuss a very important topic. And I particularly want to thank the members of our administration, the leaders who have been doing extraordinary work on this subject. Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, NOAA, yes? NOAA Administrator Rick Spinyard, and FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell. Thank you all. Thank you. I also want to thank the members of Congress who are here. We have Congresswoman Frederica Wilson, who is here, and Congresswoman Sheila Sherfilis McCormick, who is here. They were kind enough to meet me on the tarmac as we arrived this afternoon, so thank you. And I also want to thank the local officials who are here, including the mayor of Miami Beach, Dan Gelber. And to everyone, thank you for your leadership and thank you for your hard work. So for years, our nation and many of us have discussed, have lamented, have talked about the threat of climate change. For years, we debated the potential impact that climate change could have on our communities, on our country, and our world. And today, we know the impact. If folks weren't clear about it before, just watch the evening news and see that the time for debate is long past. Climate change has become a climate crisis, and a threat has now become a reality. In recent days, deadly floods have swept through Missouri and Kentucky, washing away entire neighborhoods, leaving at least 35 dead, including babies, children. As has been reported, 4 children from one family. So the devastation is real. The harm is real. The impact is real. And we are witnessing it in real time. In the West, an historic mega drought has made access to clean water increasingly uncertain. In my home state of California, wildfires burned more than 2.5 million acres last year alone. Yandy and I were talking about it. My brother-in-law's a firefighter, and I thank you for giving praise to all of those who have dedicated their lives to that work. Devastating. It has been devastating what we are witnessing to so many families and so many communities. And over the past few days in California, the McKinney fire has left 2 dead and forced thousands in California to evacuate their homes. And here in Florida, every year, more and more powerful hurricanes and tropical storms make landfall on the coast. In addition, across our nation, heat waves have forced tens of millions of people to endure record-setting temperatures. Last year, our nation experienced a total of 20 climate-driven extreme weather events, which each caused more than $1 billion in damage, each one. And more importantly, resulted in the death of about 700 people. Earlier today at the National Hurricane Center, I received a briefing on extreme weather fueled by climate change. And the takeaway is clear. As the climate crisis gets worse, extreme weather will pose a rapidly growing danger to a rapidly growing number of communities. So to protect the people of our nation, let us understand that we can match that desire with action and that we must act now. And I can tell you, President Joe Biden and I, we understand that when disaster strikes anywhere in America, we have a duty to act. And I think we all know here, we all as leaders certainly have the capacity to act. To provide support and resources has been a goal and a priority for our community, but for our administration, so that we can respond and recover and rebuild when disaster hits certain communities. The President and I also have a duty to act not only after disaster strikes, but before disaster strikes, and that is why we are here today. Today, our administration is investing more than $1 billion through FEMA to fund climate-resilient projects in 343 cities, towns, and counties around our nation. And here's how it works. So local governments apply for these grants. They tell us which projects would be most impactful. And together, then, we build those projects. For example, our administration is partnering with Kern County in California to invest in underground water storage so families can have access to clean water during droughts. We are partnering with Austin, Texas, to upgrade Austin's power grid so that homes and businesses and houses of worship can keep on the electricity during summer heat and winter storms. And we are partnering with folks right here in Miami. Together, we will invest $50 million to protect low-lying neighborhoods from sea level rise and storm surge. All of these projects will create good jobs and good union jobs in our communities. And these projects will also strengthen our economy by preventing billions of dollars of damage from extreme weather. This $1 billion investment is double what our administration did last year. And as President Biden recently announced, next year we will be doubling that investment once again to more than $2 billion. In awarding these grants, we have paid special attention to the issue of equity, something that has been an area of focus for our administration from the beginning. We know that the impact of the climate crisis is not felt equally across all communities. Consider, heat waves pose a greater threat to people who don't have air conditioning or who work in high heat workplaces, such as warehouses or farm fields. Emergency evacuations are often more difficult for people with disabilities. For example, people who use wheelchairs or people who are visually impaired. And emergency evacuations can also be more difficult for folks who travel with sick or aging family members, such as a child who might require constant medical attention. And low-income communities, including rural communities, often do not have the resources that are needed to invest in resilience or to rebuild after disaster has struck. The climate crisis has exposed and intensified generations of economic and environmental inequities that have been present in communities across our nation. And our administration remains committed to addressing those inequities through environmental justice. In awarding these grants, we have prioritized projects that will protect the communities that are disproportionately impacted by the climate crisis. And these investments are one part of a larger fight. The most effective way to protect our nation is not only to address the effects of climate disasters, but to address the cause of the climate crisis itself. And that is why last year we set an ambitious goal. Our nation will cut our greenhouse gas emissions in half by no later than 2030. And by no later than 2050, we will reach net zero emissions. Some say that is an ambitious goal. I say it is doable. It is doable. Think about it. The transportation sector is our nation's single largest source of greenhouse gas emissions. So, to address that, we have invested tens of billions of dollars to put more electric vehicles on the road. In fact, when I was in the United States Senate, we were able to do the work of saying that we should focus on the issue of electric school buses. And I was proud to introduce the first piece of legislation to electrify our nation's fleet of school buses to that end. And the transition is now underway. For example, in Miami-Dade County, public schools will soon have 50 electric school buses on the roads. And that is not all. Our administration has also invested $65 billion into the electric grid and transmission infrastructure for our nation. So, to build thousands of miles of new resilient transmission lines. And in that way, we can move clean energy from where it is created to where it is needed. It is literally about the transportation of energy. So think from a wind farm in Iowa to a suburb in Chicago, or from a solar farm in Nevada to a family farm in Missouri. How exciting is that? And it will make our nation more energy independent. And it will lower electricity bills for millions of working families. So these investments are an important step forward, and our nation will soon take another great step forward in our fight against the climate crisis. President Biden and I strongly support the agreement announced last week by Leader Schumer and Senator Manchin. In addition to lowering the cost of health care and prescription drugs for millions of Americans, this agreement will invest nearly $370 billion in clean energy, zero-emission vehicles, environmental justice, and more. This is an historic opportunity to advance our fight against the climate crisis. And so, Congress, we ask that you pass it immediately. So, all of this to say, the climate crisis is here. It has arrived, and we are experiencing it in real time. And we have the ability, dare I say the responsibility, to take urgent action to protect the people of our nation. And again, we all have a role to play. So Miami, I know that you know the urgency of this moment. You are living it every day. And your voice is so important on this issue. If we act now, and we act together, we can protect our communities from the disasters that we are witnessing. We can tackle the climate crisis and make sure all people can breathe clean air, drink clean water, and have access to clean energy. We can build a more sustainable future. We can do this. We can build a more equitable future. It's within our power. And we can build a more resilient future. That's within our sights. And in the process, yes, we will create millions of good jobs in the clean energy economy. So, to the leaders here, I say, Miami, together we are building that future, and we will not tire in spite of all that we are witnessing that shows us such tragedy. I know that while we send our prayers and our love, we also, with each day, renew our commitment to the urgency of now and the ability that we have collectively, all of us in it together, to do something about it. May God bless you, and may God bless America. Thank you all.
Okay, Vice President Kamala Harris speaking today in Miami, Florida, delivering remarks about the administration's investments there in climate change, funding to shore up 53 states and communities to make them more resilient to the effects of climate change that bring on some of this extreme weather. $1 billion worth of funding there. And so Vice President Harris also, we showed you earlier, visited the National Hurricane Center as well in Miami as they prepare for Atlantic hurricane season to ramp up in the months ahead. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us on your Monday night. We do have now a podium shot there on the balcony of the White House as we await President Biden to make an announcement about this drone strike that took out the #2 leader of al-Qaeda in Afghanistan over the weekend. We'll be bringing you those live remarks at the bottom of the hour if the president is on time. We'll be back in 2 minutes.